Hello, everybody. Woo, our cameras are doing something. Hi, it's us, Hard Knock Dice. My name is Jonesy, your resident production fuck up. I'm gonna try to fix everything really quickly.
Brittany has entered the mirror dimension. She is but a slice.
So while I do this, I'm gonna introduce us, hopefully, and not fuck it all up. We are Hard Knock Dice. My name is Jonesy, your dungeon master for the evening, and these beautiful people whose cameras, and they're zooming into focus, are your heroes for the evening and my best friends. Today we are going to continue across Eberron, but before we do, as always, we're still raising money for the International Medical Corps, who is has some efforts on the medical and they're bringing medical and mental health care to those on the Ukrainian front right now with the crisis in Ukraine. So I implore you, please please check out that link, and I think we're all good to go. Please check out that link and go be a hero to someone. Open your hearts and wallets to a really good cause. Okay, our cameras look all right now. So any other announcements? I don't think we don't have any October birthdays, right? I don't think so. Halloween is soon. We are considering a spooky one-shot next Saturday, so Eberron may be postponed, maybe. We haven't decided on yet because we are indecisive as a fucking whole. So we'll see. In the meantime,
what?
Is that it?
Indecisive as what?
As a whole?
Oh,
as
the
a
whole.
group?
Okay.
We're indecisive as a whole.
That's what I heard. I was like, what is
Wholes,
me?
notoriously indecisive.
Okay, so nobody has anything else. Me. Last we left off, our heroes are in Khyber, the Underdark, caves untold, as they follow Aelin, a murderous general of Yidril. However, he has information that they need, leading them, but seemingly betraying his boss. Is he on their side? Is he on his? Is he on his own side? Probably that last one at the very least. So our crew has decided to forego killing him and have been making their way through these caverns to chase down and save Gandalwin's hometown, the city of Aetur. A third and final atrocity. That's not something to laugh at, Kent, you asshole. People are dying here. This is serious.
Or is it?
A third and final atrocity for Yidril to bring back a lich known as Arandis Vol. Some sort of resurrection ritual that he is on the path of completing. They've tried to take somewhat of a shortcut, if you want to call it that, through a populated drow city, metropolitan area. They have found a tree that our team is now desperately trying to connect to whatever twisted nature has found itself. He is going through and trying to navigate, trying to find whatever natural state it may have been. And it is a process right now. We are at 8 of 10 successes in this. And then in doing so, a shift change. Our crew here found a boon as they were on top of this tower where this tree is, above a portal to Zoriat, the plane of madness, where these drow have been sacrificing people for quite some time, it seems, to some mad god they call Loth. Our team has been navigating this, seeing this go back in time, and seeing this tree twisted and corrupted.
I'm reading their tweets throughout time.
This tweet being twisted and corrupted over time. And as a shift change was happening, Gandalwin noticed that the Drider that were keeping watch going down the stairs heard some crawling on the side of the wall. This character had this Spider-Man. now
so he's an ally.
Your friendly neighborhood arachnomancer was crawling up on the side of the wall here. A quick tussle between him and Milo flew him out to the side, dropped him a strange shifting of magics and timeline. Milo walking back along a shadow bridge back to where he came from. Eldritch magics and not one of mechanics or arcane engineering. As he did, the creature fell several hundred feet and cast fly, floating there a moment before letting out an ear-piercing screech. And that's where we're going to pick back up. This arachnomancer on his turn casts fly and then moves up 60 feet towards you guys. Oh my god, that's giving me like 4 different numbers. But that is the end of his turn, which is going to bring us to Kashik. What would you like to do?
1 second, let me see here.
Okay.
I had a hold person, I think, spell held my last turn.
Okay.
Is it expended immediately, or can I continue to hold it?
Typically, I think official like WotC rules, it's expended on the next turn. My ruling is that as long as you are concentrating on that spell, you can hold it.
Okay, I would like to again hold it for this turn.
Continue concentrating on that spell. Gotcha.
Yep.
All right. Awesome. Ending your turn there, Kashik. Gorham, is there anything you like to do?
Held action to smack a enemy if they get close.
Okay. Held
Spider
action.
Boy approaches.
Right there at the top. Well, right now you're at the top of the stairs. Would you like to move closer to where, because you saw the spider get just yeeted into the abyss with Milo drop them.
You do a little highlight on the spider. Can I see him?
Yeah,
Where the fuck?
Actually, my light is not that. That's the square he's in, but he's flying much higher than that. I don't know if the light can reach him.
I'll continue guarding the stairs.
Okay, holding the hammer, ready for anybody up on the stairs.
In the whack.
It's Crowley's turn. He's very much going to do the same, waiting on anyone come up the stairs. Dario is going to be near Artyom. He thinks you're their way out of here, so he's going to remain close to you. And ready in action to do so. Azur, that's the top of the initiative. Before your turn, Artyom, roll it up.
1.
Natural 1.
Shit!
Yep.
That's bad.
Bitch! It explodes.
Starting off good today.
Can't get any worse. At least.
Throw that dice in the dice jail.
Natural 1, Artyom. You lose a success.
Oh shit.
No, well,
Oh,
it could
fuck.
get worse. It did
Oh
get
no!
worse.
Well,
die here.
You need 3
Guys.
more now.
okay.
It's clear the only way out is to escape into Zoria.
Well, nice knowing y'all.
That is not even funny.
I will absolutely hate to have to narrate the end of this campaign as a group dive into a pool of madness. But if that's what you are choosing today, I will.
Have you guys seen the opening to
That's
Other
Zoria
Guys where they aim for the bushes?
Yeah.
Aim for the port.
I'm just gonna have the portal blink one time and you all smack.
I can survive that potentially. Fuck all these other guys, I can make it.
Jesus Christ.
Fuck you.
Anyways,
You bitch.
you lose a success. Artyom, as you're sitting here, your mind still, it seems, racing through time as you trace through the rings of the tree, the roots of the tree, going backwards in time, trying to press to a point where once this was just a piece of nature, something beautiful, something natural, not something twisted and corrupted and dark. As you do, following the roots, your mind getting twisted by the energies coming up from the portal itself. You take 7 points of psychic damage. have down to 3.
All right.
Anyone close by, you see Artyom sweating, like sweat's just pouring from his forehead right now. And as he has both hands on this tree, you just see blood, like just up some sort of vein busting out, just straight down into his beard. Okay, Azur, your go. What would you like to do?
I'm going to take the walloping bolt out and just let the bow produce its own ammunition. Look over the edge and I guess fire a couple shots at this spider dude since our cover is already blown.
Yeah.
Or, our silence was broken at least.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
That is 16 plus stuff to hit.
Hits.
That's a 27 to hit.
Hits.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. 20 damage.
20 damage. Very nice.
First one. That'll be a 21 on the next
Hits.
arrow to hit. Ooh, that's a good roll right there. Max on the D10. Ooh! 21 damage.
21 damage. Holy shit.
And then I'm going to back away from the edge to get out of line of sight.
All right, so you step up, couple of shots there. That shriek, that ear-piercing shriek that he's letting out has not stopped. And Azur, as you're looking over, it's firing 2 arrows at this. You start to see movement down there. Doors are starting to open. People are starting to walk around. You see a couple of drow, like warriors, stepping around from guard posts and looking up. And right as you're ready.
Is our telepathic bond fucked right now because he's doing this thing?
Do what?
Is our telepathic bond still up? Or is it fucked because he's doing...
No. Your telepathic bond is up.
It does not require concentration.
Right. Cool. Yeah. Through the telepathic bond, I'm going to disseminate all that information. Like, oh, fuck. Things are happening down there. Lots of doors opening, and we're probably about to get flooded.
As you say this, Azur, and you're like relaying it after ready to step back around the corner, you see a couple of drow guards look up at the top of the tower at you, and they start running. Okay.
Good thing that's a lot of fucking stairs, right?
That's a lot of fucking stairs, but they are on their way.
Stay down there, please.
Anything else for your turn, Azur?
No.
Okay, and in your turn there, that is going to bring us to Gandalwin's turn.
Oh boy. Okay, so we got guards and shit on the way. Big homie is still coming. Who cast fly on himself?
Correct.
Okay. Oh boy. That looks to be a relatively narrow set of stairs, and we got 2 people ready to whack-a-mole people who stick their head up.
Yep.
Whack-a-mole / mock viciously, I presume. Okay. You think you're funny. Think you're funny, but you're not. I am. What I am gonna do, I'm gonna bank on maybe getting a cheap shot in. Still standing right there on the edge. You know, just gonna kind of, flex his wrists real quick, and I'm gonna as a bonus action activate the Eldritch Claw tattoo.
Okay.
Is that blue, black, and kind of green ink just like kind of seeps up over all of his clothes and everything, forming over from like his elbow to his wrist, and then kind of pointing out with a couple of points over his knuckles, just like these blue, black, and green like spiked gauntlets. And he's just gonna kind of put his hands up in like a classic like boxer stance and ready in action to take an attack if it enters 15-foot range.
Okay.
The flying guy.
The spider. All right, readying up right there on the edge with Milo. And that's gonna bring us to Milo's turn. Milo, you drop it. You see you're back here now. I'd like you to give me just a brief bit of insight about Milo's mental right now, as you've just gone through a spell that wasn't necessarily of your own doing.
Milo's headspace is somewhere between like panic and rage. He is barely registering the fact that he used a spell, and he and his friends are just trying to get out of here. And it's been an onslaught for weeks and weeks now, and he just wants to be out of here. And these people are like not wanting to let y'all leave when all y'all want to do is go. So he's actually, I was getting ready to say, continuing that train of thought, as it were. How far away? It fell a certain distance and then flew back up.
Correct. It fell to, I'm not going to measure from right here. It fell 210 feet and flew 60 feet back up. So that is math. That's 100 and something feet away from you.
About more than 12.
One city.
150.
It was 150.
150 feet away from you, correct.
At the risk of metagaming, I think Milo would also remember that portal spell don't stay open too long if you're going to be zip-zopping really far away.
He is
somewhere around the realm of what, like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
He has Expeditious Retreat still going, so he is not going to be going very far. He said he's 150 feet away, right?
Correct.
He is going to... I cannot really move my model around with all this going on.
Okay, that's fine. Imagination.
Move 30 feet, and just with that same kind of frantic energy, reach forward and just tear to either side, like he's pulling the wings off of something, and shout, "We just want to leave!" Casting Dispel Magic on its fly.
Okay. All right.
It screams again.
He's even closer to the ground now.
I would hope so.
I have given you guys dexterity saving throws to save yourselves in the future.
Didn't you say that his turn would have to be used this round to cast fly already?
It was. It doesn't
Oh,
matter,
okay.
though,
It already
because
came to him? Okay, gotcha.
he can cast fly once per day.
Good.
So this dexterity
And
saving
stay
throw
down.
isn't to cast the spell beforehand. It's to try to half the damage, maybe.
Hey, 41 damage already put two
Said
of
I'm
them.
an
Let's see
uncanny
if he
dodge
survives.
that dirt.
Uncanny dodge these. Yeah, I'm just saying, man, that elbow drop gonna be something fierce coming from 360 feet in the air. Boom. Oh wait, I could be even higher. I could teleport 60 feet up and then fall.
Milo would like to just cut his fly. Just, I'm joking, by the way.
Different. Add the fall damage onto the
Milo,
elbow drop.
if you would please roll 18d6.
Yo,
Who is?
Good
You-
God,
you-
bro.
that's a couple.
We did discover last session that if you fall on someone, you have to damage between the two creatures. So,
Son of a bitch.
you know.
So wait. So you're telling me this is a valuable strategy because I could hit him with it, and I could use my reaction to
This guy-
slow fall to reduce the damage I took by 40.
Does this guy hit one of those warriors that are coming out of your doors?
If I roll a 95 or higher, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, 81.
Milo just killed a man.
I'm just saying. I now have a totally new idea for how to use like wrestling bullshit in D&D. Oh man.
Just think about if you make like an Aarakocra or something. You just take them up. We're coming up here with me.
No, I want to fall on them,
You drop them and then you land on
and
them.
then you fall. Oh shit! The 1-2 combo. They just fall, and then they're bouncing off of the floor. Just to get, oh, that's amazing.
What's that damage, Milo?
Oh, I thought you were joking. I didn't know you actually wanted me to roll it.
No, I want you to roll 18d6 and tell me how
That
much
man's over
falling
here
damage
rolling
he takes.
1d6 at a time. You were given the opportunity to roll a lot of dice, and you didn't immediately jump on it. What's wrong with you? What kind of D&D player are you?
Who are you? Where's the Cody we know?
Who are you?
That is 59 points of damage.
59
Yo.
points of damage.
Hell yeah.
That was including 4 1s.
Holy shit.
There are also several 6s. I think it balanced though.
Ah. Fair bit of damage done to that creature now.
Like ripping the wings out, it just splats on the ground. You see large amounts of just black, like ichor spurt out from the sides of it, but you still see a leg twitching as it like starts to crawl up. And
Oh shit!
get
It's
to
not
its feet.
dead.
It's not dead.
The tanky bitch.
Anything else for your turn?
That was my action, and I don't think I can do anything else. So I only flew like 30 feet down, and I still have Expeditious Retreat going. So moving back up onto the platform, kind of first in line towards the stairs.
Okay. All right. You move over closer towards the stairs. That is going to bring us to the spider's turn, who will spend half of its movement to get up and
Scuttle
wisdom save.
limpingly.
Goes and hides in a building over here.
Yeah, it's right, you fucking weenie.
Just
Stay over there.
why? Yeah, that's what you get for calling my monsters a weenie. Your camera went wonky. Jesus.
Go back to where you
Crowley
belong,
did
Weenie
some
Hut
story.
Jr.
That probably happened too.
Okay. Oh, it's because Matt joined. There we go. All right. Let me get
Crowley's camera
Yeah,
is
Karma appeared.
in
let me get
skinny
Matt's
bitch.
Karma up here.
out of the mirror dimension real quick.
Uh,
Okay. Oh, now Cody went into the mirror dimension. Dissension
What?
dimension.
Where is it? Where was it that Zod and his people got trapped in Superman?
yes.
The
Yeah, that's
Phantom
what I was
Zone.
thinking of.
The Phantom Zone?
Yeah.
That's a fucking there where people are getting sent to the Phantom Zone. That's what's going on here.
Okay. All right. That's gonna end his turn as he limps away. Ending Spider's turn. Kaushik, Gorham, Crowley, Dario, everyone that is still holding an action currently. Are you do you want to? Has the situation changed at all for you, or would you like to still continue holding your action?
I'm still holding mine.
As far as I'm aware, I'm still maintaining concentration.
Okay.
Still holding mine.
Yeah, I would simply just. I mean, I've got a 15-foot reach right now.
Mhm.
How big is this building?
It's only about 20 to 25 feet across. So I mean,
How
at,
far am
at
I from the
most.
top of the stairs?
You know, don't worry about the
Oh, I can
exacts right
reach.
now because
Okay,
I know
perfect.
I know the map is doing some stuff to your laptop.
Yeah.
And don't want to risk
Yeah,
anything.
this thing is struggling, but it's doing okay.
Sure.
I guess I'm gonna shift just enough to make sure that I've got a clear shot between in between. Yeah, so I can see the top of the stairs.
Okay.
So, and at this one, just hold an action, make an attack on anything hostile that enters my threatened range of 15 feet.
Okay.
So if anything comes crawling up the sides of the tower that gets into my reach, or if anything comes up the stairs, I should be able to take a stab at it.
Okay. Last session, Azur, I told to roll a d4, and he rolled a 3. We're now down to 2 on that. We're about to be down to 1. RTM, go ahead and roll another check for me.
I can't remember what that D4 was for.
You don't know.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just told me to roll the d4 and never told us what it was for.
Uh-oh.
Correct.
We're gonna cause a doom this fucking tower.
Well, we brought balance back so far. It's another
Oh.
natural 20.
2 successes.
Oh fuck, let's go. You
Let's
get
go.
2, right? You get 2 for
That
that
puts us-
20.
That puts
So
you at
7,
9.
that puts us at 9. So we need one more.
You need 1
Let's
more.
go.
All right,
Which
RTM.
means
Uh-oh.
Everything.
we're down to 1 right now on that d4.
Oh, okay.
Someone else roll me a d20.
Let me do it. Let me do it.
Do it, Brittany. Don't roll bad.
I'll do. I'm gonna roll the gold one, Ian.
Yes. Roll gold.
Always the gold one.
I don't know what is bad. I don't know. Big
I
or
don't
small.
know. What if
Roll
Jones says it's bad?
18.
Then we'll be upset with you.
I hope an 18 is not bad. I hope big is good because it's an 18.
Big.
They say big is always better, right?
If it's 18 enemies, I'm sorry.
There's 18 spiders crawling up the wall.
Oh,
Uh,
no.
Okay. 1 round goes by. My people closest to the stairs. So Gorham, Milo, Azur. Give me some perception checks real quick.
13.
13.
So, Milo rolled a nat 1, but his drone has a total of 23.
why can't you see anything?
Little homie got it.
21.
21. Azur and the drone would relay it shortly after to you, Milo. You hear as it just sort of gives some information to you, like an amplified recording, and Azur just sort of listening in. You hear, my liege, people are attempting to corrupt our holy site. We could use your help on this. And it's probably about a floor below you. And you hear steps coming up. One more save. RTM. And then someone's coming up those stairs. If any of you would like to ready actions for anything
Before.
different, go ahead.
Before Kent rolls.
Okay.
Hearing that, Milo will whirl around, shouting at RTM, still with that kind of husky, panicked voice. RTM, we need to go! And I'm going to use my last portent to make his roll a 15.
Our team, you don't hear any of that.
Okay.
You do not hear anything. You do not see any of your friends. Your mind is elsewhere right now. As you're going through this journey on that natural 20, you're going back in time, further back in time, and over time you see this portal shrinking down, shrieking down, and eventually it doesn't exist anymore. It's no longer there. And this tree isn't dead and corrupted and twisted. Instead, it is a tree that gives off its own light. In a cavern, you just see it placed atop like a mound, and it's giving off its own light, a cavern full of flora that seems to be feeding off of this light and giving off its own fluorescence. Just this beautiful like grotto type area before it's been twisted and darkened. And as that portent hits, you start to see coming up the stairs, everybody that is ready. You see sort of a lithe male drow dressed in different silks and robes, stepping up here with arcane energy crackling around his hands. Sort of like he's not crested the top of the stairs, but you see him starting to round the corner. And as you're all ready to just absolutely boot party the shit out of this guy, you see the tree crack in half as a golden light sort of just straight through the middle. Our team, you come to. You've successfully cast the spell.
All right, everyone, get through now.
Running.
Twirl in.
Everybody else through a tree on the outside of Reckonmarks to the Reckonwood. Artyom, a moment. Time just sort of seems to stop for you. As it's a feeling and not a voice. A feeling of gratitude. A feeling of release. As you sort of look back through your spell and the tree tears itself apart. And you see the tower start to cave in the middle.
Oh, hell yeah.
And that starts to list, and the entirety of the tower down into the portal, and the tree on the other side of Reckonmark closes as you're on the other side.
I don't think the drow homie's alive anymore, fellas.
I did that on purpose. Yep. Yeah.
So you guys running through the tree, a stark difference on the other side. A couple of things happen, and you'll have to excuse me while I get Soundtail launched, as I also try to explain to you what happens. Actually, I'm going to...
Are you done with Tailspire?
Yes, we are done with Tailspire.
For now.
For now, correct. Okay. Oh, geez. So much. Just there we go. How about something like this? Oh my God, there's so many birds and stuff. Come on, Soundtail.
What ED number?
I'm so bad at multitasking, guys. If I was better at this, I'd be such like just a better person in general, probably.
Same. I think my computer gets to feel alive again.
Okay.
If it can handle closing Tailspire. Oh, no.
All right. There's the Soundtail code for you guys, and I will go ahead and do this. Make sure that our stream can hear the music. Yeah, there we go. Okay. You guys all run through the tree. On the other side of it, where a lot of you met. Very first session of this campaign, out in the distance, city of Reckonmark. So you're looking on this city out from the woods. It is interrupted briefly, snow covering the ground, middle of the day. But this sort of like nostalgia and relief that you guys feel is pretty immediately interrupted as you hear a scream behind you. You hear Dario. And he darts off into the bear cave that is nearby you guys. And just full on runs and deep, and you see him in there, and he just like doubles over. What would you
Kashik
guys like
is
to do?
taking off in after him.
Sure, yeah.
He protect me, I protect him. I get eat by bear, we get eat by bear together.
Kashi,
Not the self, I'll do in the evergreen next time.
Kashi,
In our defense, we didn't know what time it was.
Kashi, you run in there after him. You see just a a terrible sunburn across one half of his face, and he is just heaving. Like in anger. You see he is grabbing onto the side of this cavern. You see rocks starting to crumble underneath his claws as he's grabbing onto it. You see his brows are furrowed into that more feral look, the same look that he took back in Farlnen when he killed that sailor.
I am going to slowly approach him. Hey, Daria. Hey, come on.
Give me a persuasion check. And since it's you approaching, I'll say it's with advantage.
While she's getting closer to him, I want to stay about 20 feet behind her as she's approaching. If I imagine if I could notice that he looked angry.
18 and an 8, so 18 plus 7.
7.
18 plus, I can't do math. 25.
25.
Oh, I did math. Look at me.
Woo!
There's a brief moment where he whirls around the straps with the sharpened buckles on his sort of overcoat, slightly raised. He just breathes there for a second, looking at you. I'm fine. Has a little bit of trouble meeting your gaze and just sort of backs further into the cave, away from the sunlight of the day.
I would like to continue to approach him. I don't care if he's backing away. I'm just gonna be like, hey, it's all right. And then I'm gonna try to reach out and like gently touch the side of his face where he has the little burn. Does he let me or does he stab me?
No, he lets you.
Okay. And I am going to cast a 2nd level Cure Wounds.
Okay.
And so it'll be 10 points of healing. And I'm just gonna be like, there we go. It's better. Right? It's better. Even if he didn't actually take damage, it's just for flavor.
I know he 100% did.
Okay, good.
What I am wondering is D&D lore, right? Not necessarily 5th edition, but D&D lore typically has what is now radiant and necrotic energy used to be positive and negative energy.
Do I hurt him more?
Vampires are traditionally fueled by, and their life force is traditionally fueled by negative energy and could only be healed with negative energy. And healing would sometimes have the reverse effect of that.
Is that something Kaushik would have known beforehand?
I would assume probably not, as there wasn't a lot of vampires.
Are you sure? In Kaushik's past, knowing a lot about undead?
However, I am going to say that is not in these rules. Therefore,
Okay.
I am not going to I am going to rule in the party's favor here.
I mean,
since
shit.
there's
Listen,
nothing-
if he needs necrotic energy, I got that shit too. I can do that. I can do more healing with that than I can do with healing if he needs it.
The wording on, I don't know if you used Cure Wounds. The wording on Cure Wounds doesn't state that it hurts them. It states it has no effect on undead and constructs.
Oh, on it says that
Well,
in
fuck.
5e wording.
Cure Wounds. A
Gotcha.
creature you touch regains a number of hit points equal to 1d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. The spell has no effect on undead or constructs.
Okay.
So you don't hurt him, you
Kaushik
just don't
would-
do anything.
Kaushik would
Okay.
know that before expending the 2nd level spell slot.
Okay, hold on. Let me go get my little spell slot back, and I've got
Yeah.
a different idea.
He says, "Inflict healing on me, please."
I will say, Kaushik, as you sort of like reach up and touch, you see the skin healing at unnatural rates. It is
Oh, okay.
being repaired right in front of your very eyes.
Oh, he's handling it himself.
Vampires
Fuck.
regenerate health very quickly.
Okay, well then I will change what I say when I'm gently caressing his face. Be like, see, it's getting better already. Nothing to worry about.
I am not so sure that this is what I'm worried about. Sort of looks at Gainwin's probably the closest one.
Yeah,
so he
I'm
just
about, I'm about 20 feet away, like behind Koshik, and I just have one hand in my jacket.
Artyom's like 10 feet behind Gandalf, just looking, like not trying to hide it at all. Like,
Our team, you have a migraine. DM rolling. Your head hurts.
Sure. Sure.
Milo, for his part, collapsed out of his armor and is heaving on his hands and knees.
Just sort of eyes over back at you, Koshik. Sort of takes your hand and pushes it back towards you. I'll be fine. I won't be able to travel with you, though. Not until the sun goes down, and then I will do my best to catch up. But I cannot travel like this.
Do we have any idea what time of day it was when we came out of that tree?
Just going sort of off of your circadian rhythm, this is probably midday. This is like noon.
Yikes.
So
That's rough.
the absolute worst time to pop up with a vampire like Sal.
Yep. What if we just like a really big like bucket?
I got a cloak you can wear.
He'll be a turtle vampire for a little bit.
um,
A vampire.
can we just wrap you up in something and carry you so that the sunlight can't get through?
Can put him in the bag of holding.
He doesn't have to breathe.
He will not fit in the bag of holding.
Damn it.
No.
Make him a cloth then.
What if we get another bag of holding and sew them together? It's a double bag. He'll fit in that, right?
Sure. If you want to set off a bomb. You want
What
to
do
Yeah.
you
you know, like
mean?
Eberron's
put
first
it-
black hole?
Wait,
yeah.
what?
There's an interaction with interdimensional spaces. If you,
Oh,
They
okay.
explode.
Okay.
They create a black hole, basically.
what you saying, Azure?
Azur will speak up and be like, Artyom, can you, I don't know if you can today, but can you turn us all into those little air tornadoes like today, or is
No.
not today?
But I can summon a horse, a saddle horse for Dario to ride. It'll be its feet don't really touch the ground so much, and it'll be a smooth ride, and he can just be wrapped up like a parcel and strapped to the top of it.
I don't think I am willing to be that close to being exposed to sunlight. If something goes wrong and we are in the open, that would be the end of me.
You know how to get the course from here? Or not course, Aitor?
No, I don't. There's a city there. I assume there's roads.
If we had time, I might be able to whip something up, but I don't
Can
think
you-
we have time.
Can your drone tell where you are, Milo?
Not from that far away now.
I mean, it's up to you, Dario. Do you want to be there for the fight, or do you want to stay in a cave for the rest of the
Course
day?
I do. But
How much time do we have, actually? We should have more than a day.
you're going to have about, so timeline wise, this has saved you some hours. You were going to have about, you were going to have about 4 hours going Aelin's way. Artyom's way has given you, once you get there, you guys are going to if you march for the rest of today, airwalk. I don't remember the actual name of the spell. I'm gonna call it airwalk though.
Windwalk.
Windwalk. There you go. Same thing.
Close enough. Close.
Windwalk
Synonyms.
will get you to the city, and you'll have 12 hours from that moment to when Aelin is saying things are going to go down.
How far behind us do we think he would be? He doesn't have to sleep, so as soon as it's night, he could haul ass.
Correct. And he would have to find cover. So,
But then another day would start, and he cannot move at all during the day.
correct.
DM, how long would it take for Milo to whip up a cloak that could help protect him from the sunlight?
He would have to be completely encapsulated. It would be more like a body bag.
Can he stay polymorph indefinitely?
So I was thinking, because darkness is on his wizard spell list, and protection from elements is on both of his spell lists.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you would let me craft it using some of the resources he has at his disposal.
We could use, I don't know how many spell slots everybody's got left. We could use some polymorphs to get him closer.
I'm going to say that's not going to change the nature of a vampire.
Even if we use polymorph, not like his polymorph to vampire bat, if one of us polymorphs him into something completely different.
Okay, so we are going to have a long rest before we get there?
Correct.
We have to.
Okay, so would it be better to try and take a long rest now than wait till night and do the movement at night so that we get almost all the way there before dawn?
If you take a long rest now, you're not going to be covering the ground that you would if you would continue marching today. It's noon now, so you have about 8 or 9 hours of marching past this point. You wouldn't have that, so you'd be sacrificing that time.
He can wait. If we're marching until the night anyway, he can catch up with us while we're sleeping, wind walked. Because if he's made of air, would he still suffer the same effects? If he got taken in as part of our wind walk, would he be good?
I've looked at the details of this when you guys were when our team was wind walking across the Roar holds. You are not technically immune to any sort of elements while you're in that form. So for every round that he spent in the sunlight, even in that form, he'd be taking 20 points of damage every round.
Okay.
I guess what I was suggesting is that if it's noon now, we go to sleep for 6-8 hours or whatever. It turns night. I have another 6 level spell slot, and then we go as far as we can until dawn. Will that get us to A tier?
If we have 8 hours of wind walk.
Just to touch on it, one of Milo's class features is it takes him a quarter of the amount of time to make an common or uncommon magic item. An uncommon magic item, because I'm assuming this wouldn't be common, would be 500 gold, halved for the crafting cost, down to 250, then halved again, which is well within our resources purview. It's just how long it would take and whether you would allow such an item to be made.
I'm going to say one that I think it's within Milo's abilities to do so. I don't think that is the case. I think the problem you're going to run into is convincing Dario to risk his life on it.
If we got you a nice coffin and wrapped it in chains, would that be more beneficial to you? I know it's a stereotype, but it's definitely secure. If we drop you, you're not going to die.
Also, either in conjunction with that or separately, I do know various techniques for producing a garment that could, just for you, block out sunlight. It wouldn't protect you from any direct attacks, but from ambient light, I would just have to calculate to see how long it would take me to make such a thing.
If we were ambushed or attacked along the way, I'd be useless. I couldn't help. Not only that, I would be helpless to anything attacking me.
Can
Would
I
it not
insight
allow
check
him to-
Dario?
Sure. Go for it.
Would it not allow him to function as just a person while wearing it?
I'm going to say this would completely have to cover him. He would be blinded. He would be pretty much restrained to that area. This wouldn't be like a cloak that he would wear that would protect him from the sun. It would be like a body bag. It would have to completely block out the sunlight.
Gotcha.
What's the insight check for?
17. It was 4. I'm trying to see if he's actually this afraid, or if he's trying to make an excuse to separate from us.
You think that one, he is afraid for his own safety. He does not travel in daylight unless it was like his fortifications, his ship, his coffin, bottom deck, right? Like that was his. But now you're asking him to just, from several people here have threatened his safety before. Now asking him to put his life in everyone's hands here, and he would be completely helpless to do so. So there is fear for his own safety.
Okay.
You can also see with a 17 that every now and again he just sort of looks over at Kaushik and just shakes his head a bit. Listen, you're wasting time now. Go, I can catch up. I can move fast at night. So, I will be there.
Come the next morning. We're going to move faster than anything you've seen. We're literally going to turn into air and zip across landscapes at faster than airships.
I can do the same.
As something different and during the day?
Not during the day. I will be there at night. I will probably be there at the night of the whatever atrocity.
Aelin, when is this atrocity? What exact time of day?
Why not?
So
I don't think it's on a clock. It's when the alignment completes. So, whenever that is.
I mean, we
Looks
can't
to
look up and
Milo.
check. It's during the day. We can't look at the moons.
Looks to Milo.
What time is it going to be?
Milo had looked at those star charts and stuff before, so I'm guessing he has some knowledge of it.
Sure.
What would you want me to roll to know that, if anything?
It's just math, right? Because we know it's supposed to happen 12 hours after we get there. So math to see what time we'll get there.
You know,
12 hours after that, right?
You know things are happening at 12. You don't know if
Okay.
it is the exact event or anything,
Fair
but
Gotcha.
Aelin has said that it is happening at night, but the alignment will take place over several hours. So it is not just like a it happens at midnight sort of thing.
So knowing about the alignment, would that be like Arcana or Nature or
Give
both?
me
or...
a quick just a raw intelligence check to do some timing. That'll narrow it down to a window for you.
Oh, good shit. 19 plus 4, 23.
23.
Nice.
I'll say that with a 23, somewhere between 11 and 1 is when the alignment will either start, like taking place, but that is, you have a 2-hour period of whatever's going to happen. That'll be it.
I can't tell you for certain a specific moment, but between 11 and 1 a.m.
So we've got 36 hours roughly until this thing, 36, 35 hours. All right. Yeah. And you're sure you're going to be able to make it? Have you been to Aether before? Do you know how long of a distance this is?
No, I haven't, but I will be there. I have no reason not to be.
I'm just gonna look at him like, frankly, like, I know you can turn into a bat. You have another means of travel, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Well, be there. You do whatever you want to do. I understand you not wanting to travel. If you have an alternate method to get there and want to keep it a mystery, you
I'm not trying
do
to be
just that.
mysterious here. I can also turn into air.
Okay, it sounds great. So he has, okay, cool. All right, well, let's get moving then.
He grabs your hand really quickly, caution, gives it a squeeze, and tells you to be safe.
You too. And a slight smile.
Okay.
I'm gonna hang back a little bit after everybody else exits the cave.
Okay.
I will give him a handshake and tell him mentally, it's your choices, not just about the travel. Don't forget, and just sort of leave.
Okay.
This is after everybody dips. I'm just gonna glance at my shoulder. I'm gonna be there in a second. And I'm just gonna walk up to him. I'm just gonna ask, "You're not just worried about the sun?"
I am quite worried about the sun.
Sure, but not just that. Why are you afraid for her?
Her and the rest of you.
I don't believe that. Why are you afraid for her?
Give me a quick persuasion check.
So good at these.
Yeah.
We're best buds, right?
No.
12.
12. I can't be worried for someone. You're wasting time and your group is leaving. I'll see you in Aether.
Hope so. I'll just walk away.
Okay. Guys, start marching. This is, I'm going to go ahead and make an amendment if people are pulling up maps and stuff, because I know that's going to be important for map of Corvair, or the map of this region in Karnath. Quick amendment on the map, but just based off the description of Aether. Aether on the map looks like it is touching neither the river nor the mountains. On the official map, Aether is at the base of these mountains, and the river flows up and through it. Okay.
Okay, so who has a means of traveling more quickly? Because I can start trying to get this some extra amounts going. I know you can summon Bursty Gorm. And Milo, are you good to fly that long of a distance?
I can only sustain flight for a couple of hours.
Or 4 hours, I think.
I can kind of rotate out for me and fly other people. Otherwise, I'll just have to shapeshift into something, and you guys are just going to have to hold the fuck on.
How fast is Mazorth? Izur?
About 40 feet. He's fast, slightly faster than me. At full pace.
How fast
Wait.
would the mount? How fast are the mounts that you are summoning?
They travel at I mean, maybe twice the speed of a normal horse. 100 feet.
Oh,
Wow.
wait. So what? Okay, hold up. That's as like their movement speed, so they'd be moving double that.
If we're hauling ass, they'd be moving double that. I don't know if they.
Because that means there's nothing any of the rest of us could do to possibly keep up.
I don't
on
think I can
anything
move
besides-
with double speed while trying to do that kind of stuff.
You would kill them.
Are you talking about summon steed or whatever?
Phantom steed, yeah.
Phantom steed?
For myself or one other, we could try the hovering lift trick we used in the rail car. Not that that would be the most comfortable ride, but in a pinch, maybe.
And how fast is Bursty?
Maybe like 40.
So both Mazurth and Bursty could not keep up with the Phantom Steeds. They would fall behind, and considering the distance we're going, they would fall behind quite significantly.
I mean, the Phantom Steeds could just move at the same rate as the other two.
I suppose.
You'd also be casting Phantom Steed every hour.
Be casting it 4 times an hour.
Do you have no spell slots for that?
I don't have spell slots that I can use for that.
Oh, is it a ritual?
Yeah.
So how long does it take to cast each time?
11 minutes.
So we'd be
It's a third level.
we'd be using
spell.
almost an hour every time we stop to cast this.
Yeah.
I am gonna say that, like, just math, because it's a third level spell, so that's 14 minutes, right? Because it's 11 plus the spell level.
Oh,
It's
is
just
it plus
10.
the spell level?
It's just 10 minutes plus whatever the original casting time is.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the spell level included, but if it's
I don't
11
think- I'm
minutes,
pretty sure it's not.
that means by the time you got to the 4th horse, if that's what you're doing, 4 horses, that 30 minutes would already be ticked off for the first horse. So
Yep.
Yes.
you would only get 30 minutes of travel out of that.
We're
I don't
basically
think.
doing
I don't
like
think.
30 minutes
Yeah.
of travel and 30 minutes of casting, or 40 minutes of casting back
Yeah.
and forth.
I don't think that's viable.
We could just
What can
purchase
can you
regular
summon?
mount.
I suppose. What they'll think? Can you summon horses with a spell used to summon creatures, Artyom?
Hey, I can summon some, but they wouldn't last a long time. Let's keep walking while we're talking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I assumed you guys were walking east from
You
here.
said
It'd be
you said we're outside of Reckonmark, right?
Correct.
Let's summon horses with coins.
money. I don't know about you. I don't have very much money. As I pull up my
Ganon
notes
would-
that have
would
how
be
much money
keenly
we have.
aware that the party came into a lot of money.
Oh yeah, that's
recently.
right. We did. We took Darius' estate for everything it was worth. So actually,
Yes,
no, our
sir.
party has a lot of money. So yeah, we could buy some horses.
Well, if we're gonna do it, let's do it quickly, or else we'll just spend all that save time talking.
I could just turn back into a Quetzalcoatlus and try to carry more people. It'll be a heavy load.
You can do that 2 more times.
One more time, but it lasts for 12 hours. Can go till midnight if we need to.
How much speed would we be losing by you? If you carried everybody, you're moving at half speed.
Right, but it moves 80 feet, so it's a 40-foot movement speed. Or I could just shapeshift into a Stegosaurus, y'all motherfuckers grab a plate and hold on.
How fast is Stegosaurus?
40 feet. So it's a matter of flying or not.
We'd still be faster flying because we could go over shit.
Right.
Or we get horses. How far outside of Reckonmark are we?
You're
Not
about
far, right?
about 15 to 20 minute walk.
How much time do we think how much faster do we think it would be to ride horses? Like actual horses?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's gonna slow you down considerably on a Quetzalcoatlus. So I mean, you say half speed, but Milo's armor is 700 pounds. We've established that.
That's true.
Oh, right.
Plus, you know, Gorham and his hammer. Azur's not
Okay.
light.
Well, what if
How
we?
about split between 2 quets?
But you could only that would only be for an hour.
Yeah, but like at least 1 hour.
What if Bursty and Mazurth are following below the quets? Because they both have 40 foot movement speeds.
If we're going to stay on land and split the party, then I'll be a Stegosaurus rather than a Quetz, because if we get into conflict, I can spike people.
Yeah, because then we could all be on a Stegosaurus, and horses are what? 50? How much faster is a horse on a Stegosaurus? Like 10 feet?
10 feet around, I believe.
10 feet, I believe. I think
Yeah,
it's
they're
50
50
versus
foot.
40.
Do we feel like we'd save enough time? Like 20 minutes, 20 minutes just to walk there, and then we would also have to go through the buying process, assuming we could buy enough horses for all of us.
Or we could just steal them. I can tell them to break the gates and come
It
with
is
me.
the middle of the day.
We can send Gorham to go purchase them on Bursty. It'd be quicker than walking.
There are thousands of people about to be killed, probably. I'm not worried about some guy's bottom line in some library at the edge of town, or about the laws of people trying to stop me.
I'm still just trying to think of how much the time it's going to take for us to both to get there and to find and to locate enough horses for all of us.
I'm going to ask you guys to make a decision really quickly. Are you walking towards the city, or are you walking towards Aether? Because those are not the same direction entirely.
I say we go Stego and then have Mazurth and Bursty haul in the other two just to lessen the load, so that it can move full movement speed on the Stegosaurus.
Can Milo fit his backpack with his armor in it inside the bag of holding to alleviate 700 pounds worth of weight?
No.
Without Gorham on there, I feel like that alleviates a lot. That also alleviates a lot of weight. We determined that drops like 300 pounds between him and his armor.
Fat, Gorham.
Yes.
His fucking goddamn Mjolnir, but giant size.
Wait.
Like, I don't know what you want from me, man.
Milo could still do the hovering disc trick we did on the rail car to alleviate some of the weight from him. Because that allows you to move like 1,000 pounds or something.
I just can't help feel like we're gonna end up using more time than we'll save going all the way to Reckenmark when we have very viable means of travel right now.
That's fair.
Okay, so
We're a few levels
people,
higher.
2 people give me perception checks, or 1 with advantage real quick.
I'll take one.
someone else go.
I'll take it.
Okay,
Go on,
Kasha can gain
son.
1. Give me some perception checks, please.
My Persepi's good.
31.
31.
Oh, fucking Christ. Jesus, his Persepi's good. 16 plus 9.
25. Nice.
Not too difficult to spot, once again, when you pick up on a couple more details. But as you guys are talking, your eyes are sort of like wandering back from Reckenmark. Like, should we go there? Should we? There is a heavy military presence outside of the gates of Reckenmark right now. You see hustle and bustle of soldiers, living and not, outside of Reckenmark.
Any kind of standards flying? I'm assuming just Karnath.
Yeah.
Shit.
It was not that way when you guys left it originally. But you do see just the presence of military outside of Reckenmark.
Shit. Do we need to find out what that's all about?
Crowley, if you can...
Give me a basic wisdom check. Anybody.
I just
got-
cocked, unfortunately. 15.
Those. 9.
RTM, your migraine's
18.
getting to you. I knew you.
Oh boy.
He said 18. Danwin, Milo, Crowley's contact told him there was an attack on Reckenmark not long ago. Undead set on Reckenmark.
An attack. Oh, I thought the contact told us that there was an attack at the embassy in Korth.
Also,
Okay.
Also,
this was before that.
Gotcha.
This was, she told him something happened almost immediately after she left Reckenmark towards Korth.
Gotcha. Okay, so that was a while back. Okay. And so they're mustering. It looks like they're like kind of like almost in like an occupying kind of setup they've got going on there? Or do they look like they're mustering to leave?
It looks like they are just on high alert. It looks like they are taking place outside of the gates, and fortifying the city.
We would. Oh god, yeah. We will lose way too much time trying to get in there. Those like nodding towards all the military people, like that would hold us up for way too long.
Chaotic
Well, then
Fabulous,
let's
welcome
get
in,
going.
guys. Thank you for joining the party. So sorry for the distraction there, but yes, you see, it looks like they're fortifying the city for any other attacks that might happen.
Okay. Yeah, no, we will lose way too much time if we try to enter the city to acquire mounts. We will have to make do with what we've got. So, Stegosaurus, Mazurth, Bursty. I think spread out between all of those. I think Stegosaurus is a big fucking animal, right?
Actually, I mean, yeah, it is a huge animal. It should be able to.
Oh
carry
yeah.
plenty.
So we should have plenty of weight, especially if we remove heavy ass hammer, and replace with man in heavy ass armor. The rest of those of us that would be on him are light.
What about Aelin's methods of travel? Are those temporary or long term?
I'm pretty
He's just
sure
fine.
all of them are temporary, but I'll check for you real quick.
Sure.
All right, Aelin. So
Leave
you
him
grab
behind.
one of us and you dimension door us all the way.
I'm sorry,
One of us
there,
all the way
friend.
to the
I
door.
zoned out. I was not listening to a word you said. What'd you say? I was.
God, they fucking hate you.
My ways of travel, they are, let's see here. I can do that. That's not gonna be helpful. Right. Nope. They're all gonna be shorter means of travel.
Aelin can't weigh more than what, like 125 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's like 5'9". He's probably 150, 160 pounds or so.
Sure. So, but what's the strength on a Stegosaurus? Because as you're huge, it like doubles your carry weight with each size category, right?
1,200.
So it can carry 1,200 pounds, 700 pounds from Milo.
Less because of the thingy.
Yeah,
Also,
if
I don't think it's
if you
700
hover
pounds.
behind.
I don't think it's 700 because Milo sat on his own, what do you call it,
The disc?
platform before,
Oh.
and that holds up to 500.
Okay. I thought we had established before that it was about 700
I-
pounds.
Cannot remember what we established. I did not write that down.
Okay.
I know it's heavy as fuck.
Yeah, it's artificer armor. So, but regardless, if it has a 1,200 pound carry weight, even with Milo sat on it with 700 pounds, it's 500 more pounds between it that it has left. And me, Crowley, Kaushik, and Aelin can't. I don't think we possibly add up to over 500 pounds.
Worst case scenario, Milo sits on the Stegosaurus and pulls someone who's less than 500 pounds on the platform.
All right.
Okay.
Let's go.
You got a fucking dinosaur in the middle of the snow.
Yep.
Bursty, Mazurth mounting up. This is a fucking petting zoo of the prehistoric era. We have
Dinosaur
a dragon, a
flatbed.
giant boar, and
Boar's
a
not
stegosaurus.
prehistoric.
It's a giant boar. Yes, it is.
Is it prehistoric if they are around
It's
now?
the size of a Volkswagen. Gandalf. Okay. You guys all mount up, the disc in tow to help carry some of the weight, however that is distributed.
How far does the disc tow away from you?
30 feet.
Oh shit! Yeah, we can put Alien on that for sure.
He gets to sit on.
He gets to
Make
stay
a
away.
persuasion check. Whoever's
Put
trying to
Aelin in
convince
the
him of doing
trunk.
that.
Keep your hands inside the vehicle at all times.
Bro.
Crisscross applesauce.
All right, sure, fuck it.
Good.
Jesus.
Anybody,
It
anybody,
gets wrapped around a tree and then bam.
anybody got the rock? Sit there. Dink him in the forehead.
I mean, if
Rock
anything
wall.
happens to me, well, you don't have everything you need yet, so onward we go.
Something already
Onward
did
we
happen to you.
go.
You got smacked in the face by a stick. It just fucking
It'd
folded.
be terrible if it did something to my memory.
Onward.
I hate
Fucking
you so
asshole.
much.
I am a
What-
Stegosaurus.
what
I am
memory?
leaving.
I feel like your memory is already in question. Let's fucking go. Come on.
Yeah.
Charging through the
We could
snow.
pull from your memory.
That sounds threatening.
Oh, it is.
Just facts.
I just realized I don't have a name for a Stegosaurus in Eberron.
Jonathan.
I don't think that's what he meant.
Oh, my bad.
Like, a Quetz is technically supposed to be a Sorewing and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, and
I stand by my
John-
statement. I
Sawtooth.
stand by my statement.
Sawtooth Titans are T-Rex or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna call it a make up a good
It's just
name
a
there.
sharp tooth, man. That's all it is.
Make up a good name. What is it?
Long neck.
Fucking Spike Tail, I guess. I don't know.
Spike Shambler.
All right.
Shambling.
Like Spike
sounds-
from
That kind of spooks me.
Land Before Time. He
Oh,
was
is that what it
he
was
a
called in Land Before
Stegosaurus.
Time?
No, his name was Spike. He was a Stegosaurus. Yeah.
I forgot that entirely.
You got the spiky boy.
Spike and Ducky were my two favorite characters.
Let's see.
Do not.
I don't think there's anything in just the plain Carnathi wilderness that would
They don't
be
want
a
to smoke.
threat to the Shining Vanguard.
On
But
God.
let's see.
All those wandering dragons.
Oh, funny you should mention.
Fuck.
that You guys are plowing through the snow,
The fucking sword. God damn it.
charging. You're on a deadline now. Something terrible is going to happen unless you stop it. Sole motivation is you guys charge this way. Some filled with. Well, actually, you tell me, guys, what you're thinking as you're sort of crossing these snowy banks and through the woods, charging through these trees as fast as you can. I'd like to see just where everybody's mindset sort of is right now. Whoever wants to go first.
No thoughts, head empty.
Our challenge easy. It's fuck. It's cold. It's cold. It's cold. 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 It's fucking cold.
My feet!
Okay.
In actuality, Kaushik's mind has just been back on the fact, like the words that Idril said to her before he sent her back through the portal. She remembers the exact words. Brittany does not, but it was something along the lines of, "If I ever see you again, I'll kill you." So, and she's thinking about the fact that her last words to him before she was sent through the portal were, "If I ever see you again, I'll kill you." So, facing her father again is gonna be something.
I would like to point out a significant moment I think that just happened there. Facing your what?
I called him my
your
father.
father.
Yeah.
That's
I
big.
mean, at the end of the day, yes. I found out that he was, and that is
Yeah,
what he is.
awesome. Anyone
Came
else?
straight from my mama's mouth.
Milo, for his part, is doing his best not to think about everything coming up and is going over notes in his journal. Kind of adjusting equations and blueprints for his current project.
You got that in the heads-up display?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say
It's a
those are
Stegosaurus, homie.
those are gonna have to be saved files on your helm as you gallop through the snow. This wouldn't be.
He can contemplate it then, whether or not he's actually making physical notes.
Say your digital, your arcane digital copies popping up on your head's display, just having the helm on, sort of like going through these copies of
the drone
notes.
like hovering in front of him, holding it or something.
Yeah. Okay. Anyone else?
Ganelin is internal monologuing, trying to focus on the task at hand and the logistics of, okay, well, we know that the Death Giant commander is going to be somewhere out front. We know that the two techno necromancer gnomes are within his flying citadel itself. That's also where he is. We know that he, at the very least, he has a strength of like at least 10 of or 5, however many of the Death Knights that were with him, or the Bone Knights that were with him when he saw the original party. We know he has those, but I think we know he has a total of 10 somewhere probably, and kind of rattling off of like where the enemies are going to be and what their plan is, and kind of thinking on what order we best need to try to deal with them if we're unable to evacuate the city, because that is everybody else's purview of skill set and not his. But as he's trying to focus on those things, it just keeps kind of circling back to that thousands of people in this city are being lined up for slaughter, and thinking on, like, even if they're not entirely happy memories on all the time that he spent 4 years in Atur, and thinking about like some of the stands and some of the people that weren't so shitty, that would give out, even if it was stale bread, still giving out what they had to some of the kids. Some of those kids that had nowhere else to go and stuff like that, but then always trying to pull back to the job at hand. But yeah,
I think at this moment, it's probably the time Gandalf realizes something. I think at this moment, Gandalf would probably connect a couple of details that he's been given. An offer made by the man you are going to face, that people didn't have to suffer if you would give him Kaushik.
is there lines I'm connecting that if he killed her, it would serve as an atrocity of itself to serve as the atrocity. Last one he needs.
If you think Gandalf's mind would go that way.
That was one of the first things I thought of. The first thing I thought of was that he could somehow use her as a vessel in the place of having to commit the atrocities.
Oh, are those Ian's thoughts or those Gandalf's thoughts?
I don't think Gandalf is that smart.
So let's go to Gandalf's thoughts.
I guess one of the things would be potentially, but at the same time, he said he would kill her before and didn't seem particularly. I don't know. He's hard to read though, so I don't know if Gandalf would be entirely. I think he would think of it as like maybe that was the point, but I don't know if he would be convinced if that's what Yidril intended, simply because he is so ambivalent. So it's entirely possible. Maybe it was a front, but it's also entirely possible that he really wouldn't care, and it wouldn't serve as a thing. So it's possible, but I don't think he'd be dead convinced of it.
Something to think on as you ride through these Carnathi hills, probably faster than you've ever marched through them. Where's anybody else that want to throw it out there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Azor's inner thoughts, probably. He literally just joined this chaotic group. Like, oh man, I just came out here to find these people to help eventually save my village, and now he's in it for the long haul, I guess. Potentially helping save thousands of lives. Like, oh fuck, what have I got myself into? And then ending thoughts with wondering if his biological mother has gotten those messages yet, and if he will ever hear from her.
I think Azur's probably no stranger to feeling like an outsider by any means. So you just joining up with this group sort of relationship or lack thereof that's been developed. But you felt like an outsider, but you've always performed a duty to protect. It's been... All right, you know what? We weren't going to go into combat, but ban Skype chat. How do I turn Skype chat off? I'm gonna Google how to delete Skype chat from the app.
They're making fun of me for being stupid.
Anyways, I don't think that feeling of being an outsider is strange to Azur, and also the feeling of protecting people, saving people is also not a strange feeling. It's a duty, a responsibility. No words yet from through the sending stones. Still cold. Anyone else?
Crowley is just going to be looking every now and again from Koshik to one of the other party members. His mind is, well, of course the smile is on his mask, but in his mind there's just a song going on, just humming delightfully in his mind. If I had to give it equivalent, it would be Tiptoe Through the Tulips.
That's scary.
Gorham is resolved. We're as close as we've ever been, and we've gotten pretty fucking close so far. Not sure if we can fucking beat this guy, but we're gonna fucking try.
It's gotta happen. You're the Hammer of Vengeance. Now, not only that is that a duty that's been passed along to you, inherited. I think it's now much more personal than it has been. The names roll through your head. The same names that are carved on the rock. Repeating. Okay. You guys charge the Carnathi Snow. Yeah, go for it.
Just before the end of the telepathic bond, I'll ask Crowley. Hey, Crowley, can you send a message to someone in Rick and Mark and let them know that the attack's about to happen in Etur? Whatever contacts you might have, or hands you know could probably have a message if there's anyone left alive in there.
Crowley has had it confirmed that his contact in Reckenmark that he knew was killed. However, in the
Contact A1.
In the spirit of episode 1 for here, you do know 2 Carnathi guards. One was Jonathan and one was Kreese that you could attempt.
Jonathan,
That's right.
He's got
I
the same
forgot
name as the
about that.
Stegosaurus. That's crazy.
Who would name their kid after a Stegosaurus? That's weird.
Who would name their Stegosaurus after a Carnathi guard?
And, I'm very sure the Stegosaurus
Pretty sure those 2 guards know Kung Fu. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, shit.
And you said to warn them if that there'd be an attack soon, etc. Because I was looking at my spell list and, regretting that I had used all my 3rd level spells, so it would have to be a 4th level slot.
You can write a message and I can just have Beric drop it on the right table, hopefully. Or just in another different animal to use it whenever we have some free time.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You remuted your mic, I think.
I held it down and it just muted. I was like, you do that? Anyway, when we have some time, I don't think my handwriting will be as legible.
You can use magic or something, right? You can fly through the air. I'm pretty sure you can wiggle a quill in the sky or something.
I mean, I could snap, prestidigitation right on the paper. DM.
Prestidigitation.
It's not much. It's a small, and you're just words start appearing on the parchment.
Sure. I mean, the mark would last for an hour, like the spell says, right?
Nah, that's fine. That's why I put real ink on the paper so that it just goes on top of it. It draws the invisible quill, dips into there, and just starts writing perfectly while I have it hover. I'll get it written. It'll be okay.
Okay.
Do you have any other contacts in the area that might be able to help? I know other folks who have been here more. Maybe anyone you might know in the city, Gandolin?
In Reckenmark or in Ator?
In the Reckenmark or Ator?
Reckenmark, I don't think so. Ator, I don't think not anybody that could help.
We're going to need all the help we can get.
I guess Gannon would rack his brain for anybody of any amount of importance from Ator. I mean, the entirety of his stay was when he was a street kid.
Oh,
Right.
Oh.
So when he was a street kid, and I guess the most important people he would know were maybe some of the priests from the Crimson. I was about to say Crimson Monastery. I don't think that is the right.
It is.
Let's
go.
they're going to be very, very happy at our time anyway.
The Crimson
Okay.
Monastery.
Is it the Crimson Monastery? Okay, I thought it was something cathedral. So okay, Crimson Monastery. Those would probably be the most important people that he would have known by name, but those interactions with them would have been like low-level priests at best.
Cool.
I've got a contact in nature. It's okay.
Maybe not contact the one in Ator.
Through the snow, so you can't travel anymore. Casting spells to help lighten the load. It is cold. It's a Carnathy winter. You guys slow down for the night to take up residence in, I assume, the mansion, but maybe not.
Please.
You do get to part of the woods. It's quiet out here. Barren snow still litters the grounds and the canopy of the trees around you. Using the mansion? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, who's turning the key?
I will turn the key again.
Damn it.
Okay.
Creepy mansion.
Not again.
Okay.
It's hard
I
to
want my
sleep when
party
you
to
feel
be
like
well
you're always
rested.
being watched.
The walls are just constant shy guys.
That's
Yeah, that's a
not
good
great.
point. You are being watched anyway.
Awesome. That's wonderful. In Crowley's version, all of the unseen servants are just little shy guys, but instead of their regular faces, they have the fucking masks.
Yeah, they've all just got different emotions on their faces.
Oh dear God.
So, Shiny Magard, is there anything that you would like to do for the night?
I've apparently got letters to write.
I would like to question Aelin.
Sure.
He's gonna send a letter. He's gonna send a letter.
There's
Okay.
one thing I want to do after everybody's done. Just putting it out there.
Got it.
So what's the plan? We're going to be there tomorrow. It's going to be a situation. What's going on?
Right. Once I get you into the city walls, or rather, once we can see the city walls, I'll once more give you some information that you're going to need, and then our deal will be complete.
That's it?
So, that's it.
Why carry us all the way to the city walls? Why not just tell us now and leave?
Because I need to be near on the edge of the Nightwood, on that side of things,
For what purpose?
for my escape.
I don't understand what you mean. It seems like you're already escaped.
Right. Getting somewhere else. Not for you to worry.
I mean,
I'll
it
be
is
out
for
of
me
your
to
hair.
worry. You're a kidnapper and a killer. And I'm setting you free, so...
I've never killed anyone in my life.
I assumed as much. You work for Yggdrasil. You surely didn't seem to be doing non-lethal things whenever you tried to adopt Koshik.
I just tried to borrow for a little bit. That's what my employer asked me to do.
Would you known if you'd kill anybody before?
I suppose that's a good point.
Couldn't have
But
killed
that's not
hundreds.
me, right?
How old? Do you know how old you are?
I don't know.
Right.
Beautiful. The age of beauty.
So, you'll be free by means of some sort of magical incident, I assume, that's going to coincide with the alignment of all these moons.
I don't think it has anything to do with that.
Why doesn't it have anything to do with it?
Why are you worried about how I'm leaving?
Because
You should be
it
worried
bothers
about
me.
how you're going to evacuate an entire city. That's what you should be planning on. Because I see that conversation not going in your favor.
The people who want to have the conversation, they can have the conversation. I'm probably more going to be focused on plan B.
Very well.
What is your method of escape? I never want to see you again after tomorrow.
And
I
so
think
you should.
both of us would love that situation. So why keep secrets? It makes me nervous and wary of what your plans are, because I trust you 0%.
Then we can keep that mutual, because I don't trust that you're going to just let me go either. So,
The door is over there. I can never see you again. Just tell us what we need to know.
our deal isn't quite complete.
Right, but I don't know if you're going to double cross us once we get to the city.
And I don't know if you're going to maintain your word that you're not going to hurt me. That's why I hold on to a bit of key information until I get you within eyesight of that
You've
city.
got a cloak that lets you teleport away. You can get away from us. We're not going to get you. We're not going to spin through the rest of the night and use our only method of movement to track down you rather than save an entire city of people.
Are you trying to convince me to go ahead and leave here?
I'm trying to get a small worry off of my mind so I can focus on the encounter at the end tomorrow.
Listen, I'm not going to cross you because the same way I don't want you hunting me, I don't want you hunting me either. So,
Insight check.
go for it.
if those are even really possible for him. Dirty 20.
30-20. Sort of reading his face. He doesn't want the fucking Shining Vanguard after him, it looks like.
All right. Okay, fair enough. I guess keep your secrets.
Just that one. It's not...
Just tell me this. Is it going to be something that's going to really fuck up any plans we have to help people tomorrow?
Oh, no. Absolutely not. Shouldn't have anything to do with you.
Okay. So, people who have been to HR before, where is this Crimson Monastery, and how do we disable whatever device or wherever this device is that creates lots of undead that may be a target for Yggdrasil? Is it like on the top of something, or deep in a basement somewhere, or how does this thing work? I'm sure. I don't know if you've seen it before, Gandalf.
I've seen the Crimson Monastery. I don't know if I've seen whatever device he's talking about, or if I would have recognized it as such.
You know that... Well, here, you know what? Ater is Gainwin's hometown. Like, probably knows the back alleys better than the back of his hand. You tell me.
Back of my hand.
You tell me what you know.
This doesn't sound like something that they would exactly, advertise. If it is something that's situated directly above, like this is supposed to be like on top of the monastery, right? Or we just know it's within the monastery.
I'm going to say the information that I have given in the campaign so far is that an eldritch machine has been told y'all that is somewhere on affixed to on top within the monastery. You know that it exists as soldiers were killed and brought back and reanimated in front of that. in front of the Crimson Monastery. So you do know that it exists at the very least.
Gotcha.
I'll let you describe.
I would say
Go ahead.
Gandalf's best bet would be that it is located wherever they were resurrected. As accurate or as inaccurate as that would be his best guess. The last time he was there, he was in between the ages 12 and 16. So that is the information he would give of, like, I know where they brought them back. I know where they brought soldiers back to be resurrected. That's my best guess of where it would be.
How big would you say this monastery is?
Big. It's big. It's like the biggest fucking monastery, the biggest church of Blood of Hole, like, on the continent.
I doubt there are many Blood of Hole churches off of Corvair.
I said, hey man, I said on the continent. Corvair is its own continent.
Yeah. Okay, so this is going to probably be a building much larger than the stronghold up in the north then.
I'm figuring this is like, I've kind of assumed like the Crimson Monastery is the size of like some of like the ancient like cathedrals in Europe. I figure it's a big bitch.
I'll flip one thing for you here, Gandalf. It is a pyramid.
It's a pyramid.
Oh,
fuck. So okay, so if it's the size, we talking about like Giza or like,
is it a smooth pyramid or a step pyramid?
No, that's
Is it an upside down pyramid?
It's a pyramid. It's not a ziggurat.
okay, specifically a pyramid, not a ziggurat.
All right.
But so big as shit, regardless of which one you go with.
All right.
It just like it goes up the sides. They're pointy on the top. It's big.
And so when they took these people here, they took them in front of this pyramid or to the apex? Just for clarification.
You want to tell me how the rituals went, Gandalf?
My assumption is that my assumption was that they were taken to a chamber within the pyramid itself, and like there was a special ritual chamber, and they were brought in. Ritual was done. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Super undead, kind of.
Okay.
There you go.
Well, after, I'm assuming that's going to be. We were told that he was going to be utilizing that in some fashion, right?
Yes. Aelin told you that Aether was going to be his army by the end of it.
But not necessarily that he was going to be using that pyramid and the machine within.
He did tell you that there was a eldritch machine that could resurrect soldiers. And I believe the wording was, could you imagine what it could do with the alignment?
Yeah. So basically, it's going to be in where it's like focus was more limited. Normally during this alignment, he's going to be able to hit like the whole city with it. So he's going to slaughter everybody in it and then activate the machine to just instant that army. He's going to sit there. He's going to fucking Night King their ass. He's just going to sit there and like raise a hand, and all these dudes are just going to go within like miles radius because Aether is big.
Okay, well. So, when we get there, who's going to focus on what? What's the plan? Let's say, once we get in the air tomorrow, we're not going to be able to discuss this, so we need to talk about it now, or get to bed immediately and talk about it in the morning before we leave.
As you get ready to plan, that's where we're going to go ahead and go on break.
Okay.
7 o'clock. So,
it is 7.
Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Going to take a quick bio, and we'll be back right here with the plan that is going to determine the life of about 15,000 people. So,
hey,
don't go anywhere. Much love.
No pressure. No pressure.
That was all caught. So good job,
Hi.
guys. Hello, everybody. Y'all are bad. Y'all are bad at this. Oh, well, hello, everybody.
Or are we
are
good
Hard
at
Knock
it?
Dice and all of the same people that were here before the break, mostly. We're going to pick back up our heroes. The Shining Vanguard has escaped the Underdark. They are now in the final stretch of their journey to find their vengeance, their justice, their whatever you want to call it, for the man, the elf, the scoundrel, the murderer, the father, cathedral. They have made their way closer now on a variety of beasts, dragon and stegosauruses, giant boars alike. They have made camp, their final long rest, maybe of the campaign, maybe just before the fight happens, who knows. So, Shining Vanguard, you sit around a table, weighted on hand and foot by spectral guards, or spectral servants rather, not guards, of the mansion, as they bring you hot foods and teas, hot cocoa, whatever you ask for, as you sit here and plan. Turn it over to you.
While the planning is going on, Crowley wants to be already composing his letters.
Okay.
In the format of Carnathi
MLA.
military. Which is also MLA. I don't know.
Very strict.
Very strict.
Or
From
that
what-
was actually what I was going to ask you, Crowley. Do you know any way of like people who could have letters that would hold sway for higher up folks in ATR? Like
That is what
military generals you could forge letters from or something like that?
That is what I'm doing right now. I will compose it, and with the hope that they do not know every single general under the sun, using what knowledge I have.
Okay.
On Carnathi militaristic procedure and other letters.
I mean, what is the chain of command for letting someone know that their city is under imminent and grave danger within hours' notice? Like, how does that work?
More than that question, DM, I would like to see who would have enough sway to send this letter. I'm trying to mimic, especially with my knowledge being what it is specifically. I feel like I should know something of this, etc.
I'll say that you have your contact that you know, and that you would have to rely on them to get it to the right person.
Right. I mean, I'm going to send it to my contact, no doubt, but I would like the letter to, what I'm talking about is like military officiating, making it seem like a more militaristic letter.
Right.
Because that ties in very closely to the things that I've done before.
Sure. Well,
It's like a governor of Aether or whatever.
right. Well, you're certainly not of Aether if you're writing it. Are you talking about the letter to Aether to try to give them a
Yeah,
heads
two
up?
Aether, one to Breckenmark, one to Aether, to have some levity to it, as opposed to having to explain myself as what's going on.
Okay, before we get to that part of it, how are these letters being sent?
Probably they're going to be sent to my contact, and it'll be up to my contact. 2 letters, one from my contact, and then one describing the one to my contact describing how they should be delivered, and then the other one being of the Carnathi military style, which is how I assume these kinds of things would be sent.
I mean, how are they physically being taken to the places?
I don't think you can. Well, I don't think you can actually rely on your contacts if you send them a physical letter because they can be compromised. But if you use sending to send them a message, I don't think one can hijack another's actual person if your contact's already dead.
Right, exactly. The assumption was that we could still physically send the letter. I didn't know if we still had that option. Either way, if we do not, then that kind of cancels out that whole process of thought.
But it's nighttime. We haven't taken a long rest yet. You got 4 level spells to burn.
I wasn't going to send out because I don't trust anyone I'm sending to at the moment. But, I'll send anyway. I'll send a general warning and consensus. That's fine.
Okay.
To Breckenmark, I should know the next level contact that would replace the first because of the intricacy of the system going on.
Reckon Mark, I will say you do not know a replacement. You have just learned. You had just learned that they were killed the other day.
Right. Well, then I'll speak to Atur.
Okay.
I'll send a message to the Atur contact, warning them of how to comprise this.
Yeah. Get your exact words together because it's important.
No, it's 25. But it's a 4-level spell, and you've also decreed that the.
Yeah, absolutely. No. I'm not saying based on the limits.
I'm asking what the level of increase for the words was, because I don't normally use 4th level.
I don't remember what I've said.
Another 25 words. Understood.
Go for
Hell
it.
yeah.
He said it could just be roughly a paragraph.
A paragraph, you say?
I believe you.
I start pulling out a pen. Dear
Reckon
Reckenlock, I believe you to be in great trouble this day.
See, every word over 30 starts to give them psychic damage. 1d6 per word.
I go 40 over.
Well, there goes that.
I guess while he's composing his letter, I can ask the group. So I assume when we get to the city, we'll land just outside the gates. Aelin will give whatever last bit of information he was holding on to, and then scurry off into the wood, and we'll go about our business of trying to evacuate these people before atrocities occur. Correct? Is that in which case, I will also refresh the mental connection between us, because it would have expired through our day of being here. And who is going where after that?
I mean, if we are able to successfully evacuate, that may be best for us to evacuate as well. Because regardless of how they are separated in some, they are not separated entirely. We know only the most separated is the commander, this death giant. The deep gnomes as well as Yidril himself are both in his flying castle. And we don't know where the mystery spy master is located.
Okay.
My question, I guess, is if we are able to successfully evacuate the city, do we want to take a fight now? Or do we see if we can get them more separated?
I would imagine if we're trying to evacuate a city that they're there to kill the people from, they'll probably have to be defended, and that the only way that an evacuation turns into
they don't have right now.
They
can't stop everybody. They're intending to hijack the undead legion that sleeps beneath it too.
I mean, they're going to have to be stopped, and people are going to have to be evacuated. But if they start killing them willy-nilly to cause trouble, that is going to be an issue. So the way I see it is that we have two kind of objectives: is to talk to someone in charge and try to get them to see reason and actually put forth some kind of decree to evacuate the city. And the second objective is to find whatever machine creates the undead and make it inoperable. Any other valid points?
Aside from whatever will be contesting us will most likely just be the ones on the ground, or at least at first. So this death giant and whatever entourage that she possesses.
I have no clue. But I assume that there's
just look at Aelin as we say this and see if he looks like he's going to be useful at all right now.
I would assume that they're not going to march a death giant into the city. That if they come, they'll probably be from a very short distance or teleported into the main square or something like that. I don't think we're going to have to worry with the type of logistics of don't march evacuees into a standing army of death giants and undead.
There's no standing army.
Exactly
told us it is the one death giant. I mean, if they realize what is going on and they decide things have to come ahead of schedule, that's who will be coming. Her and whoever is with her, if anybody. Which I imagine there might be some of those Bone Knights that came originally with Yidril.
Yeah.
Smaller numbers, but they're individually powerful.
So how do we want to play this? Who is going to talk to these officials, and what is going to be the story to convince them to evacuate an entire city based off of taking our word for it that something bad is about to happen? Because I'll be honest, I doubt that's going to happen without some wild shenanigans involved. It's kind of your wheelhouse, Crowley. Do you have any ideas of what you could tell someone to make them see truth?
It depends on the level of contact I can get to. If I could have one of them introduce me, that would give me a little bit more trust in our dealings, and I could warn them and they would take me more seriously. If not, I can pull an identity and then have the message delivered forcibly.
What do you mean by pull an identity?
I could just assume that person, the way that person looks. Try to, someone of high stature and pretend.
Oh, yeah. That's a great plan. So, do you know of who, like, the standing military leader of Etur is?
Not the standing, but I would recognize them when I see them. I'm familiar with Carnathi rank. I could, of course, also ask my contact as well.
I thought it was already established that your contact is probably either dead or compromised.
I'm talking about Etur. My apologies. My mind. I'm composing a message.
Right. The Etur contact is probably. I assume that they would have made sure to neutralize their contact for the place they're going to attack.
Mm-hmm.
If it comes down to the wire, I can assist Crowley in his negotiations to lend his arguments more credibility.
And if needs be, I can always contact my Sharn contact and see if they have anything in terms of knowledge of who the standing head is there.
Well, if we can just go into the city and find out where this military captain or general or admiral or however the armies work, we can grab that guy, or at least his likeness, and just start telling people that they have to do things. And who cares if it causes chaos if people are actually doing it? And if push comes to shove, we can, I don't know, just pluck that guy up off the ground and be like, no, that was a bad guy. Don't listen to him. I am the real one. You evacuate the city immediately. I don't know.
If he is to be plucked, I would wish at least pluck him and move him a ways away, and then we can have more time for the general order to pass through. I agree wholeheartedly, Artyom.
Okay, so you're going to impersonate a military official and proceed with evacuations of the city?
Mm-hmm. If needs be.
Are you going to should we try and convince, is it governor or a king?
We'll try to convince anyone.
What does Etur have?
I would still think Etur's head would be someone military, correct, DM, in terms of...
It's the capital of Karnath, right? So is it
okay, so yeah, then the king...
No, it is not. Korth is the capital.
Oh, yeah, Korth. That's right.
So
that's right.
It would be a governor who would probably possibly more than likely be military, right? Or something like that.
Give me a history check. Gain a win, make it an advantage.
Hell yeah, brother.
I was just going to say,
dumb as shit,
make a knowledge history check just from having known like basic world history stuff.
Well, with advantage, it goes from an unnatural 1
An unnatural 1
to a 15.
To 15.
Milo got a 25 on his knowledge history check.
Okay.
Wait, I'd have knowledge of this area, right? Can I roll a knowledge history check?
Sure.
You grew up in a sky castle.
Oh, well, we visited.
I'm messing with you.
I would wonder if I would know, like, just argumentatively, if I would know more about Carnathi military, since that had to do something with what Crowley did before his life here.
Well, I don't have any pluses in history, so that's going to be an 11.
Can you remind me what you're talking about with the Carnathi military?
because of his occupation in terms of dealing with secrets trade between Carnethi and the realm that became the Mournlands, especially with his military career and finding spies, etc., trading, he would know military command in both ways.
Okay.
Milo, for his part, was just
One at a
rolling
time,
to know,
por
like,
favor. One at a time. So I got a lot of questions being asked, and we're
Gotcha.
going right past history checks that were just rolled as well. So okay. 25 and a 15 from Ganowin is going to get about the same thing. One, because you lived there, you're a part of it. Milo, just from that, and I'll say Crowley, knowing some of the surface level stuff as well. For the city of Aeter, it is not, it is still under the rule of, my mind is now blanking. The King of Carneth, Caius, still rules over Aeter. So the highest person appointed there, which is a governor type figure, if you will, reports to Caius. However, it is pretty much assumed, though not outright stated, that the religious leader of Aeter, the leader of the Crimson Monastery, has the most political sway in that city. It is practically a theocracy under this guy's finger, and whoever reports to Caius typically is swayed very much by the leader of the Crimson Monastery. Aeter is like 99% blood of all, so his pull and his word means mostly everything. He condemns a local leader, which there are 13 of, that oversees the 13 different districts of Aeter. He is the one that pulls the strings. Ganowin, I'll say you're aware of this person. Milo, also aware with that high of a roll. This guy's name, I say Guy. That's a rough approximation of what he is. He's a mummy that leads religion in this town. He and is basically the shadow pusher of the entire government of Aeter, making things happen.
Oh.
So, this high priest of the Crimson Monastery, that's probably the guy you're looking for if you're looking for someone that is going to be able to make things happen. You're either looking to try to assume his identity, if it's possible, or gain his favor somehow. That's what I'll say.
I have a question.
Surely, maybe I have an answer.
With my background, there's a feature called Shelter of the Faithful. Would I have any pull with the priests of temples regarding my faith?
What's
because
the
of
background
that?
say?
Oh God, I'm gonna have to read the whole thing. It's a
No. Just read what you think the relevant bits are.
Okay, I don't know if this counts since I don't have residence pretty much fucking anywhere, but it says you might also have ties to a specific temple dedicated to your chosen deity or pantheon, and you have residence there. This could be a temple where you used to serve, if you remain on good terms with it, or a temple where you have found a new home. When you're near the temple, you can call upon the priest for assistance, provided the assistance that you ask for is not hazardous and you remain in good standing with your temple.
Okay.
So I don't know if this...
I'll say any checks that you make with this priest or some of its acolytes will be at advantage.
Okay.
For being
There's also something else I wanted to read just to know. The beginning of it says, you and your adventuring companions can expect to receive free healing and care at a temple shrine or established presence of your faith, though you must provide any material components needed for spells. Those who share your religion will support you at a modest lifestyle. That's also a thing.
Right.
Thought I'd read out. So.
Sure, yeah.
I got a component pouch. Heal us! I don't want to use my spell slots. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Milo will share whatever tidbits, such as name and rumors about the mummy that he would remember from his academic courses. And
I'm going to go ahead and say that I did not make up this name. This is an established character in Eberron lore. And so do not take his name into consideration what it might sound like, but his name is Malevenor. Shit you not. Malevenor.
Let me know if there's anything else you guys need. Since this is our last chance, I have some repairs and such to work on.
Do you know if that's this guy's like a original name, or did he change his name later in life?
Would Milo know that with his role, DM?
Nope.
It kind of sounds like an assumed name, like you want people to be afraid of you. The name, like Malevenor, like Malevenor will eat your children, or something like that.
While I took the same world history and geography classes as everybody else in my academy, I did not focus on that as my research.
Okay, so I've heard the term before, but what the fuck is a mummy? Is it like a lich, or how does that work?
It is another form of cognizant undead, similar to our vampiric friend.
Okay,
Not similar in their capabilities, but in the fact that he is an
Most
undead
Carnathy
and also
undead are relatively cognizant.
Just with a kind of a
he's like, he's like, I just didn't narrow this down at all.
with kind of a nod, Milo will bow out to his lap.
You didn't answer my question though. You just said that he was an alive undead and left.
an intelligent undead.
Okay. So do they have like any special abilities? I mean, like Dario can turn into a bat. And he can call on wolves and stuff.
I'm answering the question ahead of time. No.
Yep. I am not sure.
Okay. So
They're not small fry. That's about all I've got for you.
do you know anything about them, Kaushik? These are sort of your folks, right? The blood of all people. They make lots of mummies every now and then.
Give me a religion check, Kaushik.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna ask what you wanted.
Is there like a
Nat
male?
20 plus 4 for a 24.
Is there like a male version too?
What?
He's male.
Like a mummy and a daddy? Is that what you're going for?
Mummy and a dude.
Anyways, you know what? I'm just gonna start rolling real quick.
This is not what I wanted to roll a nat 20 on. Out of anything in the whole world, this is what I rolled a nat 20 on, and I'm sad about it, but it's a 24 total.
What if this is like the game-winning roll? Like, what if this this is it?
It's key information.
Okay, what do I know, DM?
So I'm gonna go ahead and say that Kaushik has seen mummies raised before throughout her time with Hedril. She would know that they have a particularly nasty touch. If they get their hands on you, they could bestow part of what, that necromantic energy that animates them can be passed along. But these are low, like, I want to say these are not undead that would assume the role of a high priest in Aether, right? These were mostly shambling, mostly unintelligent creatures, much like a zombie. And with a natural 20, I'll say that they have a... What's the word I'm looking for? What's the opposite of an affinity? They have a...
Displeasure.
They find great displeasure.
A distaste.
In fire.
Disdain.
Hey, I can do that.
For what?
For fire.
Fire? Hell yeah. I could do that too.
Aversion.
There you go.
This
That's
mummy,
what I was
fire.
looking for, aversion. Thank you.
So we threaten him.
I don't think we should threaten him.
As a joke.
I think that maybe, if you talk to him, he probably knows who Hedril is, and he's either going to welcome him with open arms or think that he's the worst person in the world. So you can kind of feel out that one, I guess.
If he was working with Yidril, we're kind of screwed.
DM, I've had
Oh
met.
no, I was just assuming that while you were talking to him, I'm just gonna go find this thing as like a mouse or a rat or a bird or something, and then collapse it into a big pile of things so it doesn't work.
I was thinking more along the lines of, since he is so politically powerful, if he is allied with Yidril and thinks we are a threat to his plans, everything will immediately hit the fucking fan.
Right,
And there is
well,
no way we'll get people evacuated in time.
Corelli, can you look like mummies? Or is it just like fleshy bits and stuff? Well, I mean, I guess it's kind of flesh too, but can you look like undead and zombies and like skeletons?
I believe I can, either with disguise magic or the other ability. One would work more than the other, I'm sure.
All right.
The DM starts looking up rules. 'Cause I have no fucking clue.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe we can go in there and talk to him, and if he doesn't like Yidril, or if he's like, oh yes, Yidril, I heard he is going to be having a surprise for us, and we just fucking kill him. We just send him to super undeath, and we try to take care of this as quickly as possible, because the fight is already started. Because we're not getting out of that room without things being bad for us, so we might as well chop his fucking head off as soon as possible. Unless anyone else has a different mode of plan we should go for doing this. I don't know, Kaushik, do you think that you could... I could shapeshift myself into another animal for you to carry around, and if you get someone to give you a tour of the grounds, maybe they show you the big undead creation machine, and I could just be like, I'm a Galeshtar, and then collapse the whole thing. And then who gives a fuck what they do at that point? We get out of there.
I get the feeling it won't be that easy.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think raising them as an army, while that is really bad, the atrocity is the slaughter.
Right.
So, yeah, we could break it. That still means nothing unless we can stop them from killing everybody. Because while having an instantaneous giant undead army would be very, very valuable for him, it would just slow him down as long as he's still able to get Arandis Vol back. There's just speed bump.
Yeah. But then... Yeah.
DM,
I just-
oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
What's up?
I was just gonna ask you a question. Being that Idril was such high rank in the Garnathian military, and therefore had like a high stance and was well known by many people. Did I with him, or did he, to my knowledge, perhaps ever meet this guy? And do I know anything about where he stands on Idril? Because I know a lot of people hate Idril
Right.
in the Blood of Vol.
Right.
So
you've never met this person, this creature, this entity, whatever we want to label that. It's probably a good chance that Yidril definitely probably knows who he is. It's probably a good chance, considering this guy's rank in the city of Aether, that he knows of Yidril. You're not sure if they've ever met or not. So there is a high likelihood that they, at the very least, know of each other.
okay.
So if you name drop your father, you will likely have heard of him.
Okay. And then I'll be dropping an insight check. See where we go from there.
I'm going to say, just to rewind real quick to the rules that we were talking about shape-shifting to undead. It says you can make yourself whatever you want to look like. I'll say the hard part about that is going to be mummies aren't just like flesh and bone. They are wrapped. So you're going to have to figure out a way for that as well.
That's disguise self.
Yeah, that would fall into the purview. It would just be illusory wrappings, right?
Right.
Wrap.
Just kill him and take his wrapping off and wrap it around himself.
Ew.
I feel like that would be very unsanitary.
It's like skinning a
It's
deer
okay,
and wrapping yourself in this pelt.
It's okay. I'm wrapped up. I'll be safe.
What type of savage would do that?
people, human beings,
He's done it on this show. As
Yeah,
well.
he's
Got that
done it.
shit-eating grin.
and you.
To be fair, Artyom is not a human being.
That's why I said
He is
and
a
you.
Clash.
Anybody else have any ideas of a way to get out of this situation peacefully? Regardless of this mummy being I mean, maybe we go in there and he's like, oh yeah, I hate Yggdrasil. Let's get this place evacuated. Let's get people to some place or get them on the road going in separate directions or something like that. I don't think he's going to let us turn his machine off or disable it in some way.
Here's the thing. Just in my experience, and actually in our experience, I think the odds of, even if we convince him of the threat, the odds of him wanting to evacuate the city are like this. He'll
Right.
want to prepare to fight.
Okay.
Almost guaranteed.
And if we're completely honest with him about the reason that the city needs to be evacuated, rather than fighting and having all the people slaughtered, which would be giving Yggdrasil exactly what he needs.
I can almost assure he is arrogant. Probably. When
Yeah,
Yggdrasil left,
Why do you say that?
I get the feeling that that Yggdrasil, from my understanding, has gained quite a bit of power since he left. He does not possess just the powers of a Bone Knight anymore. Yes? I think it may be hard to convince him of exactly how much of a threat he has become. And
Well,
that he cannot be bested on the field.
So is it common knowledge that he has a sky castle? I feel like that's probably pretty good. Okay,
I
so
don't
he's
think- probably not. I've
Probably
lived
not.
there and I didn't even remember.
Laputa! They don't know about that bitch. That's mythical.
okay, so we let him know that he's got a sky castle.
Mhm.
And well, is he magic? Can he do like the things that can he cast magic on us and be like, you tell us, make them know if they're telling the truth or not, and we can all go, yeah, he's fucking coming with a sky castle.
I have actually a quick clarification question.
Yeah.
What exactly is the population that we determined to be turn?
12K, right?
Well, you rolled I think a history check and
Not good.
not too well, and I said well over 10,000.
Well over 10,000.
Yeah.
Do we have any? Can we guesstimate in any with any reasonable certainty how long it would take to evacuate a city of that size?
Depends on how organized it was, if it was in panic or if it was happened hours and hours before. That is completely up in the air. That could take
If we went like best case scenario,
best
like
case
fully
scenario?
organized.
Oh man. Best case scenario, I'm saying everyone out of there and far out of the city to one direction or the other.
We can't have them all go in the one direction because, I mean,
Right.
it's an
Regardless,
atrocity
like if
just
we get
out
them
of the
out
city
of
is
the
what I
city,
mean.
just getting them
Yeah.
out of the city.
That's y'all. Just
Yggdrasil just shows up, looks
Atrocity
down the
just
road and goes,
down the road.
atrocity over here.
Fuck.
Well, they're not in buildings anymore. Thank you, Shining Vanguard.
You got it, boss.
You
Meteor
got it,
Swarm.
boss.
Appreciate
And the
it.
Shining Vanguard turns into Yggdrasil's cronies. Anyways, shit, man. I'm gonna say best case scenario for a city, because Aetur is not a sprawling city; it is a dense city. 4 hours at best. That is best case scenario.
4 hours.
Very
absolute
organized.
Best case.
Absolute.
And
best
we're
case.
getting there with 12 hours to do what we're
12.
going to do.
Correct.
So a third of that time, we would have to have gotten them completely on our side and ready to rock and convincing and starting to things do in at least 8 hours. We have 8 hours to actually to get this moving. Best case scenario. So this actually would not have been possible at all. This would not have been realistic at all if we had.
You would not save everyone
teleported.
if you had not taken RTM's route, correct?
Yeah, there would be like no chance. And even now it's a very hard chance because that's 4 hours. At absolute best case, we have full cooperation of the city's officials. They are running the evacuation.
It's not easy to evacuate a city that's not designed for it.
Correct. Right. So it's like it takes time, and that's best case scenario. If we get if we are getting into a chance like if he is not cooperative, or if we somehow have to force this, like worst case scenario, he's on neutral side, right?
Right.
Even if it's somewhere in the middle where he's being obstinate, or thinks that he can fight, or he doesn't want to evacuate the people or something, we have to force it. A, not everybody's going to make it out, and B, it's going to take a long fucking time.
How well off of a city is HR?
Pretty successful, right, Dan?
Depends on where you're walking at in the city. I mean,
Yeah,
Gandalf
that's true.
is very well aware of the outer skirts of the city that are slums. They are built on top of each other, older, crumbling buildings. The closer you get to the central district where the Crimson Monastery is, the more affluent it becomes, and you have richer people that have pull within the city. Mercantile people that run boats up and down the river to Korth and stuff.
Yeah. So it's a spread. Is neither it's neither an entirely destitute city nor is it an entirely affluent city. It's a city kind of city.
What do you know about the size of the military or the army or any fighting forces that they have in nature? Because at the end of the day, if we're not able to evacuate, we're going to have to fight, right? I say in Kaushik's accent to the group.
Well, I was going to say, to answer the first part of that, as far as fighting force goes, that was sort of Crowley's purview in Ganwin just because he lives there. You know that they have a sleeping army underneath of indeterminate numbers. God knows how many undead lie underneath Atur.
But those are all undead, which we can't.
All undead. Living standing army. It's been how long since Ganowin's been back to Atur? Been at Atur? When
he's probably not been back since he left, so it's been 6 years.
6 years. So you didn't even go back after the war.
No.
Completely cut it off. You have no idea what their standing military looks like. After the war, you have no clue. Crowley, Atur has a lot of defenses in front of it. In between most of the borders, Atur's pretty central in Karnath. The undead army was its protection force. The standing army is probably not very significant. I don't want to put a number on it, but probably not a very significant amount of people. You're gonna have town guard that are Karnathi military, so probably enough to protect the city and maintain its laws.
So like 10.
So not many actual soldiers. I mean,
I say
worst
not many.
comes to worst.
This is not. They don't have an occupying army. Okay, I just want to make that. Just spit all over my mic. I just want to make that clear. They have a governing force, right? That's not like it's lawlessness or anything like that. They just don't have a standing living army here. Not really a need to when you have the vaults of the undead underneath your feet.
Worst comes to worst. Almost every adult individual that lives in that city has served. At least some.
All right. Let's try to maybe make this easy if we can get cooperation. What is a lie we can tell people to make them leave the city in the most convenient manner? Because I feel like there are going to be a large amount of people if we tell them, undead are coming tonight. they're going to try and kill everyone, that there'll be a lot of people going, oh, they're not going to take my city. I'm going to stay and protect my family and, make sure my shop doesn't get ransacked and all those kinds of things.
Good morning.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
If you can convince people that there's a smaller, that somebody has figured it out, or somebody like whatever is causing it again.
Yeah,
You can't fight
one. Yes, my morning too. Dr. Boogaloo's coming to your town, and it's going to be very bad.
I'm just saying, if you want to give them a threat they can't fight.
Do we know? Koshik, do you know where Yidor was during the morning?
DM, do I know where Yidro was during the morning?
This remind me of a country song. It's like, do you remember where you were when in 9/11? Y'all know that song? Anyways.
What? No.
Yeah. It's a fucking country song, and he's talking about 9/11. He's like, do you remember where you were?
Same place I was during the song. Home.
I was in West class watching where the red fern grows.
Let's see.
I had to stop the movie.
I say that is a significant event enough that, yeah, sure. Koshik, I want to turn it over to you here.
Please don't.
No? Okay. All right. Fine. I'll take it.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I don't know where he was during the morning.
You could have been like, he was taking me to a play. I know exactly where he was. He was trying to, and I was the whole
Should've
time,
been
I was
like-
like, you're not my dad.
Oh,
Should have been like he pressed the big red button that said morning, and then we left to go
Well,
watch
this
that
was
play.
this was pre-vision for Koshik. So this is when Koshik
I
was.
couldn't see back then.
Well, you could You know what? Dead. All of you. Dead. All of you.
What
for
the
that
fuck did
one.
I
Well,
do?
good day, guys.
Punished for the sins of the sister.
This was back when she was just Jarvis.
Yeah, no, on that day, the war was still raging. The day of the morning. Koshik and Yidril, you never went too far from him, although like he pushed you even after battles. But I'll say Koshik and Yidril were recovering from a fight against Warforged that had crossed over into Karnath down at Fort Bones. That's literally the name of it. I'm not making that up. It's called Fort Bones. Just behemoths of Warforged walked across the border, and you could see that day. Like, you didn't watch the exact event, but afterwards, one couple of hours before, you were looking on the horizon, you could see Kyrie in the distance. Coming back to a window. Mists. But you were with Yidril that day. There you go.
There you go. Imagine all that in Koshik's accent coming out of my mouth instead
There you
of
go.
his. You are muted as hell, brother.
Okay, so yeah, not a lot of people know where he's at. In that situation, if he was just in some other random outpost or something. So yeah, it should. Maybe he had something to do. Is the Fort of Bones or Bone Fort or whatever you called close to the Mornlands? You said you saw mist as like right on the edge.
It's not like right there. Just answer for you. It's they had marched several miles, probably like 2 days of travel or so.
Okay.
Still very visible.
Oh, this is a great idea. I mean, we can. I think it's a good idea, at least. I mean, and the other. So the morning is going to happen. He's going to kill everyone in town with a more developed magic weapon, and then raise everyone with the machine after they're all dead. Since this is localized, it doesn't persist now. We perfected it. They even were testing it up in this manifest zone they bar up in the isolated cold north, and yeah, it makes for a pretty believable story, if we can be believable at all. He is mad at Karnath and will do anything to get what he wants, and an army is something he's looking for. Do we mention what was her face? The lady he's trying to resurrect? Arandis Vol?
Arandis Vol. Yeah.
Right.
I feel like this guy, this mummy will know about Arandis Vol, right? Being that he is one of the religious leaders of... I'm asking the DM. Being that he is one of the religious leaders of the Blood of Vol. A very high-ranking religious leader of the Blood of Vol.
You think it's probably a good chance?
Yeah.
So,
perhaps.
Well, you tell me, Koshik, if this Arandis Vol person, is she like... She's a bad person to the Blood of Vol, right? The Blood of Vol does not like her, even though she has the same name. Or if we told this guy that are trying to protect Arandis Vol, I assume, like, they'd be like, oh yeah, that's the guy or lady who started this, so let's get them back for sure.
Think Mercs.
Are you still there, Koshik?
I'm reading.
Koshik
Sorry.
passed out in some mashed potatoes.
She is hiding under a pancake.
Just pancake over the face.
I was reading. I'm sorry.
She's reading her pancake.
If I'm not mistaken, yes, Arandis Vol is bad to the Blood of Vol in general.
Okay. Well, it seemed like okay. So so if we kind of name drop her and be like, yeah, he's trying to bring back Arandis Vol, they won't be like, oh shit, well yeah, tell him to come here. We'll kill all these people for Arandis Vol. We don't give a shit. Right?
I think she's reading through her backstory and stuff.
I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were still talking to me.
Yeah. While she's reading through that,
So
I just remembered something. Was it not observed when the train car exploded that the effect afterwards looked awfully familiar to those who had seen the Mornlands?
Who gives a fuck? It's not relevant to our story.
This isn't fucking Gambit
Oh,
talking. You
okay,
shut the
okay,
fuck up,
my bad.
RGM. This is
My bad.
Ian asking the DM if I'm remembering correctly.
Oh, I thought that was in character as well. I'm sorry.
No.
Yes.
That is okay. So that it was noted. Okay.
Sorry.
Interesting. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Well, and you said that it is relevant actually, because if I recall correctly, we have some of those fucking crystals. So looks over at Milo, assuming Milo is not dipped the fuck out yet. If he has, then looking towards
Milo left 30 minutes ago.
looking towards Milo's lab.
Quick. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to answer Artyom, but you weren't finished talking, so you go ahead with what you're saying.
We have pretty concrete evidence. We have something physical that we can say, yeah, we ran into something that looked like it created a very similar effect to what happened to Kyrie. And he is connected to like we found connections of that to him. And that's just what, like, there you go, boom. Like, this is not entirely bullshit, actually, as fucked as that is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. that is an option, and I think that we could use that, and it would be very effective. That's a very good idea, but hopefully it will not come to that. That's still a dead soul of a child in
I'm
there.
not saying give it to him. What the hell?
Well, I don't think you're just going to hand someone the rock and say, yeah, this rock is magical and it causes many mornings. Just trust me.
Source I made.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to want to throw it at something and be like, oh, fuck yeah, there's some misty morning stuff. He's going to come fuck us up and kill everyone. And that's a dead child or a child soul that is just gone.
Yes. At the very least, I'm saying not blow it up, but they could perform whatever, like, detection of the magics and be like, oh yeah, holy shit, that's volatile as hell. Presumably, Crowley will be convincing enough, looks at Crowley, to prevent them, like, if we give them grains of truth, that will help actually get them to cooperate, rather than giving them a complete fabrication.
Do you think you can harness the anger of someone who has seen their life torn apart by the morning to give an impassioned performance on this to make sure it doesn't happen to another town?
If I don't, I'll certainly sending someone that does, and I'll get it down by the time we meet him. That was sarcasm.
Oh, okay. Hey, will you open that door to Milo's work chamber?
Sure, I'll get it. Aelin walks over there.
Aelin, goddamn it.
And yell boo when you open it very quickly.
Making himself useful, though.
Taps on his noggin. Is the lab's door unlocked?
For everyone but Aelin.
That'd be fucking hysterical. Just say, let him struggle with it, and then one of us just walks over like, man, what is your fucking problem? Why are you so weak? And just open the door.
Milo is very focused. Let's see how much foresight he had.
Sure.
How much?
No, that shit locked as fuck.
It's locked?
Oh, shit.
You see Aelin crouch. And you hear this very clearly on the other side. Oi! Boo!
What do you want?
Milo, we have some questions to ask you about the crystals.
Oh, yeah, one moment.
Milo will, like, throw sheets over what he was working on, and then kind of look at
all the crystals into the garbage disposal.
Milo's working on the actual morning machine.
Oh, shit.
It's like, I knew what the plan
launcher
was.
that launches the morning.
All right, well, I'm erasing that room from the design entirely. Gone.
Milo looks at the drone.
Lock it behind me.
Fuck.
Will
You got it, boss.
step outside, shut the door behind him.
You
Yes.
Roll a perception check real quick.
Sure.
Flip right in. You go, Aelin.
I think I have a bonus on this character. I was getting next time.
Sean just starts busting it down in there.
18.
18. You immediately you open the door, walk up, and say what's up. Have the drone lock the door behind you, going to your party. You immediately hear behind you as you turn around and see Aelin going to walk back in the lab again after you.
It's
Yeah, it's locked.
I can
So,
see that
Milo, it is the crystals from the train. If someone were to inspect them, could they get an air of the morning from these crystals?
Milo has done quite a bit of research on these things at this point. What can he say on that note?
Not only have you done quite a bit of research on this, you have talked on one of the most brilliant minds in all of Corvair on these crystals, these gems, these Sybaris crystals, and it befuddled even him. He wanted to do tests on them, which would destroy them. That's where you guys had your break in Sharn. But no, like looking at them, Sybaris crystals are not used for storage, like of souls of any kind, like of energy of any kind. So you showed it to him. This was mind-blowing to him. He wanted immediately to do tests.
I would need to do probably extensive research on that subject specifically.
What? What are you talking? Not if you were to inspect them. If someone else were to inspect them, could they make like a correlation between it in the morning from how they are enchanted?
Right. That's what I was trying to give you, Milo, there by saying that, is that you, who is one of the budding minds of Eberron, like of arcane geniuses that exist on this planet, and one of the most notable artificers, like this was beyond any research either of you had ever done. It would take you probably an hour and a half to explain any sort of mechanics behind it to someone, to get them to explain this. That's not something that you can just look at and say, oh, that's what this is, right?
There's not a correlation that I could explain, magically speaking.
Could you make one up and make it believable?
To whom?
A mummy.
Probably.
If you had been present for the whole conversation, you would know.
You really need to be here when they're trying to discuss things as a team.
Well, I really have things that need to get worked on, and we are down to one more.
Could you just
chance.
leave your homunculus in here so that he can, like, just take in the whole conversation and then let you know all the information later? And if we need to ask you something, he can just be like,
Just leaves
Milo
you leave a
says that's
fucking
dumb.
baby monitor in the fucking conference room with us? Is that what's going on?
Man, if I still had a familiar, I could use that.
I mean, surely it's been enough days. The Yetis should be, if they made it, they made it. It's been like a week.
Oh, you can't tell in here if that's what you're looking at me for. You're in a demi-plane right now. You have to step outside.
No, I haven't even tried at this point.
Right.
He's such a good assistant. I suppose I could. You, get away from there.
Kind of like gestures with his little mini bolter.
Is he talking to Aelin?
Yeah, if he's still by the door.
Yeah. I thought he was talking to us homunculus for a second. I was like, well, that's so rude. Why would you do that?
Yeah, but Aelin's just a human. Fuck her. Fuck her. Or he's a half
Alien,
whatever the fuck Aelin is.
He's a dickhead. I've seen the no for sure.
You turn to Aelin and he's got his like back to you, and you hear some like jingling of metal over there. He's like he's not looking at you. You're muted.
Shoot it.
Can one of you get him?
What?
Aelin, I'm going to thorn whip you from that door. You better take your lockpicks back before they get broken.
What lockpicks? I don't. You're
Good.
also worried over nothing. Plan.
Worried about
I'm
you
not
being
doing
an
anything
asshole.
over here.
Milo walks over and kind of like shoos Aelin away before he goes back into his lab.
Okay. He tries to look in behind you and keep the door pretty shut immediately behind you.
He'll see things covered in sheets. So
You slam his
well,
nose in the door.
Jesus. No.
Ghost
Crunch.
But yeah, he does. Milo does send the drone out to.
Okay. Drone just sits on the
Jesus Christ.
table. This little microphone
All right.
eject out of the top.
So, regardless, grain of truth makes it more believable.
Nah. So, tell Milo he needs to prepare some sort of a presentation for someone to make them believe that this is a morning crystal.
With slides and everything.
Right. If you, oh yeah, that'd be really good. If you do like a presentation.
Is he gonna be like
Preferably on 365 as 2013 is no longer supported.
running
Man's trying to
across
make
the
a
dome?
fucking
He's right, you know.
Eberron PowerPoint.
I don't know. I was trying to think of a good alternative for TED Talk, and I'm blanking.
Corvair conversation.
Well, we could maybe Crowley could have some. What was that guy's from the school in Sharn that was a butthead? We could have some.
I have his pen.
Yeah, you could maybe forge some documents that say,
No,
hey,
I could not.
Well, not to you.
Oh.
Crowley could maybe forge some
Gotcha.
documents to say, like, yes, I researched this thing extensively with my good friend Milo, who is much more intelligent and better looking than me.
I think you should leave the writing to me.
Whatever.
But I understand. That's well said, Artyom.
I mean, regardless, the thing is, they're going to have to believe us. They're going to have to trust us to some extent because we will have to stress the fact that there is no time for them to conduct their own experimentation or to contact somebody who can.
There's also this situation, Kaushik, I know you have some fuzzy memories, but how high does this flying castle fly in the sky? Can you see it from miles away, or I know it eventually will get nighttime. Is it like invisible, surrounded by clouds, so you can't see it? How do people not know this will be a flying castle going around?
Kaushik, you don't know.
Magic. Yeah, I don't think I know.
Okay, so it's like veiled with magic. Okay.
I
Or is that just like a common thing? If I just never noticed that there being flying castles in Garnath, is it like a more central Garnath sort of thing?
You guys probably passed by one actually, leaving. Maybe not within eyesight. Leaving Passage, there's one south of there, outside in Arcanix. That'd be the only one that I can think of. So if any of you had ever been through Arcanix, south of Passage.
Right. I know that there's like the massive moving fucking
Sharn,
battle
Sharn's an
battle
easy enough.
stations and stuff like that. Where Kent knows that.
Right.
I don't think Artyom's ever seen one of those.
It's up to you to decide.
Okay. Well, is there like a detection thing that you can get from those, like in the water? Do we have like a way to detect that castle's coming?
Talking about radar? Like something's in the
magical radar. Yes.
They're there. Ding!
There's just some fucking elf going. Yep.
We would fire gnomes into the air and they would yell back if they
saw anything.
They would fire gnomes in the air who were actively casting detect magic. And so if they passed within 30 feet.
And then they'd hear us shoot down. They were like more like mortars, really?
Yeah. Just launch them.
You're like, very precise with your launches.
Yep.
Sorry, my brain went off on a tangent of if you could fire gnomes out of a cannon who had feather fall, but they just carried the mail from one city to another, so you just pump them out there and then they land with all the mail and then deliver it to the wherever it needs to go. Hell yeah.
That sounds like a horribly imprecise way to deliver mail.
Not if you got a really aerodynamic gnome. Why do you think they got the pointy heads?
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
This is the true lore here, okay?
I think the G-forces involved would turn them into jelly. Like,
magic. No.
Jonas is rolling damage right now. I hope you're aware. We are
Magic.
dying as we speak.
Doing enough psychic damage with this dumb shit anyway.
He was he was rolling additional hit die for Yidril. Like he was just like, oh, how much extra HP is he getting?
A D12 for extra night level stuff.
Oh no.
Okay, so
That's a lot of power word kill.
Well, I think this is a good plan. Aelin, are you going to try and foil this plan at all?
How does that benefit me? I've already told you.
Answer the question.
I already told your friend right here, back in, where the fuck were we? Wherever that was, back there.
Underground.
Oh, no.
Oh, you mean that,
Outside of
not that
Reckenwark.
far back?
I just forgot the name of the city. I've already told you.
Did.
It benefits me none for you not to succeed. If you don't succeed, Idril finds me, he kills me. If I betray you, you find me, you kill me. I'd rather keep my other hand. This one's cold.
But you still aren't answering the question, though.
What?
Do you plan on giving up any of this information to people who can stop her playing with it?
No.
Insight check.
Go for it.
21.
21. He seems to mean what he says.
All right. You know, we're just talking about a lot of shit that you could fuck us over with pretty easily.
Again, if you succeed,
Well, then,
I'm all good for it.
yeah, we could go get a drink sometime.
Absolutely not.
yeah, me and you both, buddy. It was a joke of how, yeah.
You should work on those.
All right. So the plan is we wake up, we turn into air, we travel, we get there, we land outside the city. Aelin gives us more information, and then all of us together, we go to this pyramid, and we say we need to talk to your resident mummy. What if they say, fuck off, losers?
We hopefully gestures at Crowley. He will convince them to cooperate, because otherwise we are boned.
Okay, so does Crowley need to go inside the city and find a person that will be led into the facilities without question? Is this another step we need to take?
That's a step I could probably accomplish myself as I make my way there. At least
Sure.
if I get inside, I'll be able to find someone.
But if a few jackasses show up and they say, hey, we need to talk to your leader, and they go, fuck off, and then 10 minutes later they show up with your chief of police or military commander or whatever, and go, hey, let these people in. I don't know, it seems kind of... If it was very important, wouldn't he just come there the first time?
Well, I'll do my best, of course, and I could probably get in either one way or the other.
I assume you don't know what this guy looks like already, right?
No.
Okay.
I'll look for a mummy.
No, not for a different guy who can go talk to the mummy, who can get us into the pyramid or something. Should we have, like, disguises for this?
I know I should, and I'll be going in as someone else entirely.
I don't really look like a normal person, but I don't know if... I feel like whether subterfuge would be good. I'm confused. I don't know. We just don't probably look like very trustworthy people. That's all I'm saying.
I'll be the most trustworthy. Worry not, Artyom.
I mean, you're going to be lying the whole time. We're all going...
No, I'm not. I'll be telling the entire truth.
Only kind of lying.
Bolstered lying.
Grain of truth.
DM, what would I have to roll to come up with some phony source material to use as evidence that the soul stones are related to the morning?
Your arcane knowledge is so massive, I'm not gonna make you roll to come up with bullshit. What it's gonna be is the delivery. How you deliver it.
Excellent.
Hope those portents for tomorrow are good.
Depends on what you mean by good. I went ahead and rolled them.
Roll them again.
That would be
It ain't
cheating.
tomorrow yet. No, it ain't tomorrow yet.
Okay.
Where did Artyom go?
Oh.
Looks around. Where did Artyom go?
He fell asleep.
Down in soup. It's drowning. So,
I'm sure he'll be fine.
is there
Got
any
a
other planning
decent
that
con
anybody else would like to do? You got a solidly made plan here, you feel like? Are you good with it? And do we want to
I
do
have
it
a
the
question.
next day? Go
I
ahead.
have a question for you because I forgot. Where does Alexander live?
South, what's away from Kyrie? West, southeast, Karnath, close to the Kibaran border.
Okay.
Pretty
gotcha.
much
Cool
out
beans.
in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Word.
Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't somewhere nearby.
No,
Wait a second.
No, he's not. He's a pretty secluded type of old crotchety wizard guy.
Karnath doesn't share borders with Kibara at all.
No, like that direction.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember the map exactly, but down
Gotcha.
like
Yeah,
that
because
way.
Karnath in the Talenta Plains, and then on the other side of the Talenta Plains is Kibara.
Right.
Okay. I'm sure he'll be fine.
Okay, so Milo, hit me with your presentation. I know a little bit about arcane stuff, like Alexander taught me some things and to do some ritual magic and stuff, but we need to make sure it's believable for some crotchety old mummy who probably just knows about, like, you know, religious magic.
Milo will, via drone, give the presentation test.
Deception check modified by intelligence instead of charisma.
Hey, that's my intelligence modifier.
D20 plus 5.
The purpose of me doing this is to try and maybe, if he has to do a check, to give him advantage.
That'll be a 23 for this test run. 19 plus my intelligence mod for the third time tonight.
And then you'll be able to flash a genius that when the time comes.
That's got all those. I'll show all the graphs and charts and everything. Yeah.
We'll stack you up, don't worry.
Yeah, you'll be inspiring. Trust me.
Will he be guided?
He'll be guided.
How
by
many
the-
things can we throw at one ability check?
Can we turn a nat 2 into a success? Let's find out.
I mean, you're the one with being able to change roles.
Yeah, we're gonna need some commentary on that one. Starting off week with a natural 2, and he's going to inspiration for another 2.
Inspiration.
Looking bad now.
Very nice, very nice. But then he comes in with the D4 with a 4 on the D4 maximum roll. That's very nice. But will it be enough?
DM's looking
Portent
uncertain.
that 2 to
Oh,
11.
the
For a
inside
natural
check
20.
coming in at a natural
Ah!
15 plus 30.
Oh, shit.
Anyways, so
We haven't seen these kind of checks since the morning.
damn it.
Oof.
Professional D&D commentary, I feel like, is an untapped market.
So, it's pretty good. Artyom, believable to you in your arcane
yeah,
training.
That sounds pretty good. So, yeah,
How does-
if he
And to
knows a
everyone
little
else here.
bit, it'll be a very good job, Milo. You'll never cease to amaze me.
I'm going to say this isn't like he's giving a believable argument. This is Milo saying too many big words for a lot of people to fucking understand, and the interaction like between chemicals and energies and like crystals versus like he's spitting a lot of shit. This is just deception by overwhelming.
I've got a better question for you though, DM, and this is the most Bard-like question I can ask. But is it sexy though? Is it palpable?
Is there tension?
I would like to remind you, it is
Exactly.
Milo giving this presentation. Carl.
That's why I'm here to direct you.
This old mummy is gonna walk up like, but could we harness this weapon?
And then we're going to be really screwed.
Like, yes, so you let us go get our documents. We'll be right back.
right after we murdered the guy trying to kill this city, and then we got you.
Anyways,
Make sure he dies in the chaos.
the presentation is good. Seems believable enough to most people.
Hey, Corelli, are you going to try and send your messages before bed?
I am, yes.
Okay, I'm sure you know the best ways to do those. All right. Artyom's just kind of silent, like trying to make a mental checklist of all the shit that is probably going to immediately go wrong. Like, we're going to get to the gates of this city, and fucking Aylin's going to be like, all right, yeah, okay, so the big point of information you need to know is that each attacking course. Like, motherfucker. Yep.
Teleports
Or the
away.
thing, it's like, oh yeah, there's this massive weapon like being built. Oh yeah, I'm part of that. That's part of my design. Who are you again?
Anyway.
For his main project, do I need to roll for that again, or are we going on just progress as it has been?
Give me an Arcana check.
I'll be using my final flash of genius on this one.
Go for it.
You're a flash of genius.
A little bit lower than usual for a 26.
Project is mostly completed. This is finishing things up. Things come online. Things communicating with each other. All systems go.
Oh, shit.
Excellent. Broken down into its components, it will be stored away for now.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna send some messages. Why not?
let's hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna send the one to HR.
Okay.
See. All right, I'm gonna send it to my contact, and it's gonna be read as thus. A warning for general evacuation. An undead army heads towards you to wipe out the city. Evacuate immediately. Send word to Reckon Marker. Placement. Contact ASAP.
Okay.
25 exactly.
Gotcha. Understood. Timeline.
Crowley's gonna think about that. Like, I know we talked about it, but they're asking for a timeline and how soon to evacuate before the attack. I'd say within
Less than 24 hours.
less than 24. Yeah, that's what I'd assume too.
Right now, immediately.
Whoa, calm down.
Start leaving.
I'll tell them that things will be put in motion in earnest by dusk tomorrow, but people need to be out of that city before the sun starts to touch the horizon.
Less than 24 hours. Evacuation needs to happen before dusk.
No response.
They
save
fucking killed him before he could respond to the second message. Holy shit.
Yeah, I want to switch sides. I want to know who I'm about to message before I message them. They're waiting for the message to go through. They're like, got it.
You get a gurgle in response.
Yeah, that's the radar. That's the radar they've been working on, picking up sending spells.
Yo, that'd be sick.
Anything else for tonight?
Milo. Oh, was that Ian? Were you getting ready to do something?
Go ahead.
No.
Like,
Before he lays in bed, for the first time in a little bit, is going to take off his glove and look at his right hand.
There were 2 favors owed.
Say again?
There were 2 favors owed. You fulfilled 1. Your nail is growing back. Your thumbnail is iron.
Probably going to be looking at that for a while until he falls asleep.
As Kaushik lies down to go to sleep, her head has been full of many things today. Mostly, again, resigning herself to a probable death. If there is an encounter with directly with Eagle tomorrow. And within that crisis, a conclusion has been made in her mind that will be spoken of later, probably. But for now, Kaushik is going to send a message to Lydia. It will just say, "Hi, sweet girl. Hope you're all doing well. The group says hello, and we all miss and love you dearly. Hope to see you soon."
You takes a couple of seconds and you get the answer of a sleepy little girl's voice. It is a bit late, but you hear, "Oh, hello, Kaushik. We are okay. We are in our new home. I met a friend of yours. And we miss and love you too."
Kaushik's gonna respond with another message. She wasn't planning to, but something in the back of her mind is telling her something's wrong here. I'm glad to hear that. Who did you meet?
It's a blonde, I think he's elf, maybe. Irish. That was his name.
Okay. Wait, I thought they'd already met Erish. Had they not already met Erish? Okay. Makes me feel better.
Irish split from y'all at Passage. Y'all met Lydia in New Kyrie and didn't meet up with Irish again until you got past that point.
Okay.
I think previous messages have been to her mother, not directly to her.
Right. Okay, yeah. Because I remember they got into a quarrel about whether or not to evacuate with or to wherever Quanti was. Okay. One more message. That's wonderful to hear. He's a wonderful friend. I'm sure he'll take care of anything, one word, you all may need. That is the message.
Okay, gotcha, but I'm sleepy now, so good night. I love you. And that's the end of it.
Okay, yeah. I love a girl sleep. And Kaushik, for the first time in a long time, will just lay her head down with a little smile and go to sleep.
Okay.
Before I go to bed, I'd like to go knock on Crowley's door. As much as I don't want to do it. Fucking masks everywhere.
The living room's scary. The next room is scary.
Yeah, a face appears and a mouth opens up.
God, it's fucking shit.
You just have to like pull on a tongue for it to just set off an alarm in his room. Like,
I hate that. That's terrible. Stop that.
He goes to talk and you just gag it with a finger.
But yeah, I'm gonna step in and
You'll see Crowley pulling the hood back up over his the back of his head. Just
don't want to fucking see anything. Catch a glimpse. But I know it's late, but I need to ask you a favor or two.
please come and sit, and certainly.
Come in.
You know what? I'll be kind to you. For some reason or another, despite the whole house looking super spooky, Crowley's room itself looks like a simple cabin. There is no spookiness in there right now.
Interesting.
But you notice your room was spooky for some reason. You're like, what's going on here?
What the fuck is happening? Okay. Gandalf's gonna come in and is gonna have like gotten rid of all of his like combat stuff, like removed his hand wraps and the bracers, even if they don't work right now. And he's gonna sit down, and the one thing he did bring with him was the bow. You can place it between the two of them. You can tap it a couple times. I think this is cursed.
What has led you to believe that? I've seen you use it quite strong.
Well, yeah, it's a little weird in the first place, but I noticed while we were fighting those the spider people in the Underdark, after a few near misses, embellish a bit in his favor, it seemed to disconnect from me. Which, while that is inconvenient, that allowed me to realize I had an intense desire to not let it out of my sight or my grasp the entire time I had been using it. Like, to the exclusion, like, I did not wish to use the kukri. I didn't, like, only the bow.
That does indeed sound cursed. Then why bring it here? I mean, it is certainly
You seem like the guy to talk to about weird curse shit. I'm not gonna lie.
That is fair. Certainly fair. Crowley's going to reach down and with a gloved hand and try and touch the bow, trying to like pick it up and look at it.
Yeah. You see the like cracks in the bow that sort of just strike and go down, and you see the dark crimson that traces along the insides of those cracks. No bowstring, sort of ends in sharp splinters on either side.
One second. Yes, I believe, like before, I'd like to use Richard to try and identify the bow, get a reading on it, as you know, to get Richard to pop up and have him inspect it.
I think Crowley would be well versed enough that identify would maybe. It would definitely identify the magical properties of the bow, but you would also realize. You're proficient in Arcana, right? You have expertise in it.
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah, Crowley would know that the identify spell would just identify the magical properties, and the tag that it had on it originally in the vault was the result of an identify spell, as was everything else in there. So, you would know that identify wouldn't necessarily give you any insight onto the curse itself.
With an Arcana check, perhaps toward curses, is there any way I could perhaps like dig a little deeper into the curse, or
what would you be trying to glean?
Because you know, even as a spellcaster, like at lower level, you at least know certain things are unbreakable except by wish, or like, you know, that type of spell. I would like to try and glean if this would be one of those such things, or if like the curse itself would break into the magics of the bow entirely.
Sure. Yeah.
Like,
give me a Arcana check.
You know, like you pluck one string, you know, it's like we don't need this A string, and oh well, I ruined the whole piano. My bad.
Right.
Okay, so that's a 15, plus 10, 25.
25. Sort of looking over it, probably knowing what you know about the properties of the bow, you've seen Gandalf use it, you've seen him sacrifice his own life force. This seems to be, I mean, this is in no way like a weapon that is, trying to think of the best word here. it's not a great thing, right? Like this bow drains your life force to do more damage to another creature. There's not a whole lot that's good about that. You think that this magic, the magic of the bow and the curse itself, is probably intertwined to the point where it is not able to be broken.
Okay.
If it was, it would
Mhm.
take such high level magics as you were talking about before.
Okay. And there is one more thing I want to perform on it. Just let me.
Sure.
Find it. Gandalin, this bow. The way it drains your life force to do more damage, I feel like this would indeed be a cursed object, as well as you well feel. What concerns me the most is that the magic is so strongly intertwined with the bow, that I do not feel I could dispel it without a higher level of casting. Perhaps wish. But there is something I would like you to do for me, and I think you should do it appropriately with haste. Have you been around Gorham when he has detected good and evil with this object around?
I don't think that he has cast it recently, not since we have acquired this bow.
I would check and see if this thing exudes any form of aura around it. If it is, I of course believe you that this is indeed cursed. As we've seen, it drains your blood to attack.
Yeah, seems like it.
There may be further magics to enhance, make you even dependent on it, in my opinion. And I know something of these types of magical items. If you care, we can keep a closer look on you if needs be. But do not rely on it sparingly, my friend.
Gotcha.
But I would recommend immediately having Gorham check and see what he can sense on it.
Sure. That's not a bad idea. I have one other favor I want to ask you.
Of course.
If you can, of course. Do you still have magics left to send a message?
Yes.
I'm just gonna hold out one hand and smoky black cast of minor illusion of specifically a headshot of Pietro from the memory I saw.
Okay.
Also, I'll ask this after. I'm not entirely sure who this man is, but I know he had something to do with at least my father. So since we're going to need all the gas we can have in the tank tomorrow, I at least want to reach out to him tonight.
Of course, and I do still have multiple castings to help you. We can at least try. Well, okay, yeah, mark that. Okay.
Honestly, I don't even expect to try to have a conversation with him tonight. I simply want to lay the groundwork for maybe some communication later.
What would you have me say? These being the words of Gandalin.
Right. So this should be 25 words exactly. This comes from the son of Bestian Rin. Something terrible will soon occur in Atur, killing all residents. If I survive, I want to talk.
And I hate to do this, but I will say exactly, repeat after him while trying to send out a casting of message at 4th level.
Okay.
Actually, before that, let's pause that. You have a few more words, actually. I think it was like...
Sure, if you wanted to add any.
Do I have? Because that should be...
Yeah, because it's at 4th level.
Son.
He has to upcast it. So I'll say if you wanted to add
5 more words.
Sure,
Yeah.
if you wanted to add anything on there.
I want to talk.
Would be great to hear from you. No.
Just exact same, except I want to talk about what happened to them.
All right. As stated directly from him, so it is repeated through the message.
Okay. I've already made one roll, but I need to make another one real quick. Probably a couple of beats later after you send the message, fairly like agitated or angry Karnathi voice comes through. I don't know what kind of sick trick this is, but leave me alone. Estienne and his family were killed. That's the end of the message.
Don't know what sick trick this is, but leave me alone. Estienne and his family is killed. Well, were killed. Is killed. Same difference. We've reached someone at least. This next one will be cast at 5th level, so you have 10 extra words.
Trying to decide whether to send another one. We're about to go to sleep, so might as well. Hopefully,
I mean, hey,
mansion isn't about to just get dispelled.
and after that, 15 more words. That's all I'm saying. We only go up, baby. Hey, if I
A
have to make
promise
persuasion
was
check-
made to me that we had a full night's rest ahead of us.
I didn't promise shit.
I don't think there. Yeah, I don't think any
It's
promise was
written
stated.
in stone.
Sorry,
I could
and I'm
lie.
just double checking my
If you would
notes
like-
real quick.
Sorry, I was muted whenever I said that. Fuck you, Jonesy.
You're trying to secure that it happens. I got you.
If you need some help, I can, of course, be persuasive as well. But whatever words you think.
I will see if observation of the past may perhaps convince him at least of my living. Let's see. Hold on. I need to get a word count.
You know, it's great because whatever you say, I'm saying it, so I'll be persuasive. Don't worry. We got you.
So. Okay, hold on. Quick word count.
I gave him the little visor and the little cigar so he can start typing away on my typewriter. Great thing about this. What are you going to do to stop me? Contact the thought police?
Yeah. What do you get? There's nothing you could do to stop me.
If I didn't have a fight tomorrow, I'd use all these spell slots to make you think you were insane.
Jesus.
Tools. Word count. So 25, 10, that'd be 35. Okay. There. God damn, why is it so hard? I only need 8 more words.
The anticipation's killing me.
Okay.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay. So this should be 35 on the nose, or maybe 34. As you warned, Their wrath came regardless, but they missed me due to my mother's sacrifice. I know that he gave up much to be with her. I wish only to know them better.
As spoken, and I'm not going to even repeat what he responds with. You just right there.
Crowley, with that, you do not get a response back.
Right.
Damn, they already got that guy too. Holy shit.
They're fucking everywhere, man.
They got them.
My master is Crowley. I repeat.
Anyway,
Yeah.
After a couple minutes, Crowley will just nod his head. He is not responding, but
All right.
come after the battle, I'd be more than willing to press and continue with this matter, Gandalf, if you wish to reach out to him further.
Thank you.
Of course.
Figured
Please
it
see that bow looked at.
right now on it. And I will leave and go bug Gorham in the middle of the night.
Gorham, I need your sending spells real quick.
just little.
If I had sending spells, I'd be talking so much shit.
People are like, damn, I spent them all already. You were a little too late.
Either wouldn't get a wink of sleep, buddy.
Do any paladins get sending us a domain spell? That'd be fucking amazing. Or as an oath spell. That'd be sick. But yeah, just come knock on Gorham's door.
Who is it?
It's Gandalf.
He just says, no.
I need you to tell me if this bow is evil.
I was literally just gonna say we don't want any. All right, come on in.
Step in and be like, Crowley recommended that maybe you check to make sure that this doesn't have any like evil influence upon it, since it is like at least kind of cursed.
All right, well, he's gonna stand up off of his bed. I'll hand it over.
I hand over what is currently just a weird stick.
Correct. Like the curve of a bow, but with no
Yeah, it's like
string.
it's a stick with no bowstring.
Let's see. I'm just reading through Divine Sense.
Oh yeah, Divine. Would Divine Sense be able to tell? That'd be sick.
To the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of you. You know the type of any. Let's see.
So detect evil and good can tell if an object has been desecrated or not.
So I will cast Detect Evil and Good.
Has that been cast since I got exercised?
I don't remember the last time I cast it, to be honest with you.
I don't think it has.
Okay, I was just curious.
There's a fiend standing right in front of you. No.
Smash!
All right, go ahead, Gainwin. Roll your attacks. No.
Well, why she go first?
Oh shit!
Wait a minute!
Wait a minute! Hold on! Whoa! Wait!
This bow has 100%, without a doubt, wholeheartedly been desecrated. You see it just oozing off of it with this spell. Your own eye sort of gleaming that silvery white.
Oh yeah. There's definitely been magically desecrated, and this thing is pretty evil there, Gandalf. You might want to be careful.
Oh shit! Is it specific? Can he specifically tell what kind of influence desecrated it? Like whether it was fiendish or?
You can tell if it's
anything?
been consecrated or desecrated. That's it.
Question: does my eye ping at all on detect good and evil?
What do you mean? What ability? What you talking
I
about?
was just asking if the eye, if
Is his
if
eyeball
detect good
evil?
and
Oh,
yeah,
on the
because detect
eyeball
good
on
and evil's
you.
like
Yeah, okay.
is
I
an
thought
area.
you were asking from your perspective.
No. I'm asking if like because I think detect good and evil's an area. So would the eye ping?
Right. I'm gonna say no.
Interesting.
I was gonna say that's something you really want to know. Like it's already in there. What are we gonna do about it?
Does Gandalf
No, it is not desecrated, which
question.
just means that it has not been religiously altered to be evil.
Oh, I thought detect good and evil could detect just like fiendish presence or like residue and stuff as well.
It can do that for like it can detect fiends and detect aberrations. But in objects, you can know
Gotcha.
that
It's
if
only-
it's been
okay.
magically consecrated or
On the
desecrated.
bright side, that does confirm that the eye is not its own being. It is still an object. Nice. Okay. So just the bow is like super desecrated. Gotcha.
Detect good and evil goes off, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm detecting a fiend within like 5 feet of us."
Oh shit. Just fucking Peter,
Turns out
like
that
Spider-Man
it's
pointing at
Gorm.
each other, like
Why would it be me?
I don't know. If it's not me, it's gotta be you.
What?
Meanwhile, the eye is like sitting in your eye socket, like, yes.
Looking back and forth,
I
all
was
nervous.
gonna say the pit fiend behind them is just like stops in his foot tracks and just like not moving.
Crowley saw the spirit for the pit fiend, and he was like, "You know what? I can cast detect good and evil, but you know Gorham, he's a paladin. You should go check with him real quick."
Looks like a Gorham problem.
I'm glad we did, because now I know it's super evil. Or somebody made it super evil. Oh boy. Well, all right. Yeah, I will. I guess I'll be careful with that. It's kind of spooky.
Yeah, definitely
Good.
be careful.
Good.
Here you go.
Confirmed. Yeah, I take it back from him and I leave.
Man said, "Here you go, get."
Okay.
I have one more set of actions I would like to take if anybody else wants to do something before the night is slept.
Yes.
So yeah, somebody else do something.
All right.
I'm queuing up after Asm.
Okay.
Gonna grab that cinnamon stone and ring up dear old mom once again.
You are gonna have to step outside for that.
That is fine.
Don't get snatched up again. I'm sorry, that was a OC.
Okay. What do you say?
Dear mother, there is much more information that needs to be said to my biological mother, if you have magical means of communicating with her. I know growing up I asked a million questions about her, and you always sometimes shied away. But she needs to know that Yidril intends on bringing back Erandis Vol, and she needs to know this now, so she can warn the great houses.
Okay. This allows you to cast a sending spell once per day, which is limited to 25 words. You would know that going in. So we're going to say the important bits of that, but condensed down. And it's the one use per day. Get your foster mother's voice back. Elderly orcish woman. I send birds by the daily. So we have reached out several times. I will try again. Please be safe. That's the end of it.
All right. Yep. Going back inside, and then after that, and just going to sleep.
Gotcha. Okay.
So yeah, you gotta step outside and make phone calls in this place.
Correct. No cell service.
Oh,
in
so
the
we
metro.
so we bet me and Crowley.
Oh yeah, y'all had to step outside too.
We gotta go
No,
outside.
man, I opened up a huge circle.
Just
and
a window?
I expanded. I used a rocket, a nano.
Guys, you get service if you open up the windows and stick your head out.
Well, I'm opening up my window.
Sure, yeah, no, you step outside easily enough.
All right, I'm gonna take Grandpa's rock, give it a shake. Grandfather, speak to you.
Couple of beats. There's like a 10% chance he's not asleep, so.
God damn.
What?
Grandfather, sorry to disturb you.
Oh, hello, me boy.
I just wanted to talk to you quickly.
Hey. You just hear various grunting and stuff. You can just imagine him just sitting up. Like that's what the noises are.
Hear the scrape of a rock bed on
Correct.
a rock pillow.
Yep.
Fuck, man. Oh,
Okay.
Lord.
Is everything all right? Are you okay? Still safe?
I'm fine for now. Our fight with Hydro goes, well, close. He's trying to wipe out the city in Karnath. Aitor. That's correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. Just making sure I get the details right. And we're aiming to stop that, but I wanted to reach out to you before. Two things. If I die during this fuckery, I love your grandfather. Tell the same to father, and then tell Derek to help my friends. And two, pray for me.
There's a long consideration. You can see the sort of like half animated face of your grandfather as he goes from sleepy to a lot of contemplation over your words. Not a lot of insight check needed. That grandfather's just been told that he could lose another grandson very soon. You'll have every ancestor at your back, my boy. I'll pass along your love to your father. And you already know we love you. Go into that fight. You're not just an Anvarin. You are the culmination of every bit of wrath that this house has for that type of person. And you go in there. The strength of every ancestor behind you, including your brother. They'll be there. I know it.
Thank you, grandfather.
Be safe.
I'll try. You do the same.
You shall.
What?
He said we shall.
Okay.
Sorry.
So this man speaks Dwarvish to me?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, I'm gonna close the flip phone. And I'm gonna go back inside.
All right.
I got my last piece before I go to bed, which I assume is when we're gonna wrap up since it's so late already.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm so sorry.
No. We started late. We're good.
But just after exiting Gorm, I figure this is after kind of everybody is crashed. Go kind of to the main foyer area and ask one of the unseen servants to bring me a big mug of just dark dwarven ale. I'm gonna sit with my back up against the wall underneath the mural on the side that has Melgrim's depiction. I'm just gonna sit and I'm gonna drink that one mug and talk to him for a while and just tell him about everything that's happened since we left the holds. Tell him about meeting River, who's really nice and kind and a Yeti, and about how much of a shit Ydra was for trying to wipe out that town, but some of them made it. About him trying to blow up and murder everybody on the pirate ship, finding the entire populace of Port Cairn gone, just all of it. And once I'm done, I'm just gonna set the mug down underneath his section, start heading back to my room. Stop outside Kaushik's room for a second and decide against checking in on her one more time before everything goes down. Go to my room, sit in my bed for a few more minutes, and last thing you do before going to sleep is slice my hand on the top of the bow as I reattune to it.
Got it. 5 slashing damage. Does anybody get anything else? All set? Okay. Kaushik. Same vision. 12 red dots. 1, the darkest black. Catacombs. And a tomb with a woman draped in silks. A sea-swept hill. 3 ghostly dwarves. A war-torn landscape at your feet. Bodies covering the ground. Like a thick Carnathi winter snow. The stench of death is palpable. And as it always ends, you look up into your own eyes. Pitch black, with tears of blood streaming down your cheeks. And that's where we're going to end the night session. All right. Ooh. Thank you guys. For playing with me. Thank you guys for joining us. Much love. Thank you, even though we did stay a little bit over tonight. However, we are Hard Knock Dice. We stream every Monday and Saturday. On Mondays, we do Ghost of Saltmarsh, DM by, I'm not sure where he is on this right now, Ganwin /@FearDOA/Ian.
That's me.
That's
still me.
We run that on Mondays at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And on Saturdays, we do this across Eberron at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So make sure you drop a follow if you have not yet. Thank you so much for all the follows that we got earlier and the raid that we got. And welcome to the party, everyone, if you're still around. we ourselves are going to raid some friends because we love supporting this community. So we're going to raid some friends over at Dice Legends. But before we get out of here, make sure you check out that link in chat. We're still raising money for the International Medical Corps. I am clicking on the wrong button. They're bringing mental and medical health care to those that are in need on the Ukraine front. So please be a hero to someone. Open your hearts and wallets to a really good cause. We're going to raid our friends over at Dice Legends. Make sure you drop a follow over them as well. They're awesome people. And we will see you guys next time. Much love. Bye.